Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Great Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, November the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me. Thank you, William. You can hear me, see my screen. Now, how's the sound? In fact, I'm going to do this right now. I'm just going to do a little what's called a reset the audio bridge. Just in case it was a little scratchy for some of you. All right. So what's happening? Well, SGD, guys. SGD. I was actually thinking I might do a spring of financing in the after hours or this morning, but no, it is still strong. This was the crazy one yesterday. This one, if you weren't in the room yesterday, went from 40 cents of a low all the way up to $6. Now we're sitting at 7.88, high in the pre-market over 10. Mura, M-U-R-A. This, let's see, up 71%. This started trading as Mura yesterday. Okay. MURA started trading as Mura yesterday. It hit a high, I guess, almost 17 yesterday. Up, but it pulled all the way back down to $3. So yeah, that's up 74%. But remember, it was up to 16 yesterday. Problem with I don't know how many brokerages have GPS as shorts. I know I don't. Oh, GPS. I thought you were talking SGD. Yeah. So anyway, GPS is a gap up on earnings. So well, okay. You know what? Yes, a pun intended. The gap is gapping up on earnings. GPS. Hmm. And you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot to put the mic back on. I'm sorry. My fault. My fault. Yeah. I forgot there's another step. Yeah. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So yeah, the gap. I mean, I had a bad pun. The gap is gapping up. Okay, GPS gapping up on earnings, GPS. And it's possible you didn't hear me about the SGG. I was expecting actually, I was really anticipating they would spring a financing. Any company that was sitting at 40 cents, it gets up to yesterday up to $6. I really thought they'd do a financing, but not yet anyway. Then we've got Manu, guys, Manu. So if you look at the press release, again, this is all rumor laden. We've had rumors about Manu seemingly for months now. So jumps on a report of a stake deal with Jim Ratcliffe. This is the rumor that he's going to buy 25% for $33 a share. The stock is sitting at 1983 right now. Hard to believe, but there's Manu right here. So it's had a little pop, but I don't think the market really believes that it's going to come anywhere close to that. Shoot, CHPT. Look at this one, guys. CHPT. These EV plays, not just the cars, but I guess the support sector. Call this a support sector. So they don't release earnings until December 6th, but they're already forewarning it's not going to be good. And I also think maybe the CEO left. Yeah, the CEO left. They're announcing a new CEO. So the CEO left. I wish it were a little more expensive. I'd love to be shorting this one. Earnings play, guys. AMAT. And you won't hear me saying that too many times next week. Earnings play, guys. Not too many more earnings plays. Not too many today. Look at this. If I'm going to sort on the earnings date column. That's it this morning. meeting my filter requirements. Normally, if you've been with me or in the room for the last couple of weeks, this column has been full. Anyway, a MAT is a big earnings gap down. AMAT, big earnings gap down. BJ, another, I think it's actually, this is up. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I think I saw this earlier on, excuse me, earlier on, and I had a little pop. But now, so BJ is down also for the retailer. It seems like Target must have been the outlier for the retailers. Maybe not though. ROST. I think this one is up. Is another earnings play. I think Ross Stores up. Yes, so Ross Stores are up. That's a big gap up for ROST. And this ATGL, I noticed that one this morning. ATGL. Yeah, so a pretty big drop now. 26% down $7.80 so far. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, Twist. TWST is an earnings play. Not too much volume yet. TWST is an earnings play. Little bit of a pop for it. Just going to check some of the ones that I haven't gone over. Okay, PAGS. PAGS has been pretty actively traded stock. PAGS, PAGS. Little gap up, but no, I can't call that a gap. Well, a little gap up, about 3% on earnings. PAGS. ZTO, gapping down on earnings, not very much volume, though, only 10,000 shares. Yeah, the gap is not a fade. I asked you, Real, what time frame when you said this was way above the channel? I know we have different metrics here, but what time frame were you looking at? I'm looking at GPS on a 5-minute chart, and from what I'm using, the parameters I'm using, it's not even close to being above the channel. So I know we have different parameters, but I'm just wondering the time frame you're looking at. And also, I was experimenting with the this is the new charts from Interactive Brokers that now have adopted basically TradingView. So have not been able to figure out how to put these horizontal lines or the channel. This is the regression curve, which I suppose it's not bad. Also, I couldn't figure out how to delineate the pre-market from market hours in terms of shading. I'm sure there must be a way so I could actually tell that this is the pre-market just by shading the chart with a different color for the pre-market. Some of you who may have been playing around with this a lot more than I have, maybe you know how to do that. 10-minute? Okay. Let me just see what a 10-minute looks like. Yeah, still. So we have very, very different parameters, obviously. That's okay. Obviously, it's okay, but we have very different parameters. Well, the data is okay. Well, I can right click, but That is the pre-market right there. I mean, it's not that it's not showing the pre-market, it's just that I want this chart shaded so that it's, obvious that this is the pre-market. I mean, this is the pre-market. These are the, values, but so, it is looking at it. I just wondering there must be a way to shade it. Yeah, I tried that. I don't see it here though. Body wick, previous day close, high, low. I don't see I know what you're talking about. I actually went through all this, pretty quickly, and I don't see, pre-market and post-market here. Anyway, it's okay. I mean, I'm curious. I remember that IB's charts never allowed that. Their old charts never allowed that either. There didn't seem to be an option to do that. Of course, with TradingView, you can do that, but okay, guys. Whoops. When you say running the beta, I'm just when I go to charts, I just click on advanced chart in IB, and then this is the type of chart that loads now. This is definitely a TradingView chart. Anyway, well, yeah, look at GPS on the move here. So there's the high in the pre-market. I wanted to stick it up here, a little price alert at the high. Okay, guys, time is it now? 9:12. Want to take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning? YouTubers, I don't see anybody in YouTube saying they can hear me. Just want to make a check on that. All right, let's take a look at some of the. Wow, okay, I'm going to take a look at this one, ADI. Let's see what the price is right now. ADI. Okay, thank you, Pepe. ADI. ADI. Let's see what the price is. Let's see if it's close to the price target. Not really. So Morgan Stanley has an upgrade on ADI, and they had a previous price target of 176, a new price target of 225, and that's Morgan Stanley. Thank you, Les and Pepe. Kodiak Sciences, KOD. Let's take a look at the price now. Let's see if it's close to the upgrade price. KOD. Oh, are you kidding me? So Capital One has upgraded Kodiak, KOD. They had a previous price target of 7, and now they've put a price target of 12. They had earnings on the 14th. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, now let's take a look at some of the downgrades. So now the same thing, just reverse now. I'm looking to see if some kind of a price target that's way below the current price. Ah, a lot of downgrades for CHPT, but it's already so beaten up. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. I just want to take a look at one of them here and see what Agilent is like. Already way down below. Yeah, so UBS downgraded it from 163 to 125, so it's already way below that now. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors now. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, scroll down to Show More, and then get to my sectors. Now the market's in for a minor pop here. A lot better up here, but we've had a bit of a about an hour sell-off, a little minor sell-off in the market. Aha! So look at this. Remember yesterday how every single energy stock that made up XLE was weak? Not only was it down in the pre-market, but it was also down. Every one of them was down from their opening trade. So a little slightly different look here. So this is what you're seeing here, XLE, excuse me, the major ETF for energy. So 100% in green. What does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so a little rally in energy. And looking around, you can see consumer staples 94%. Technology and communications. That's one reason why the SPY is kind of drifting down, 50-50. But as always, more interested to see where are these now with respect to their 200-day moving averages. This is a very erudite room. We're losing big words, prerogative, credence. So there's XLE, guys. So that was the day it had yesterday. You can see it gap down below the 200-day 3 days ago. Not gap down, but it was traded below. So we're still down below the 200-day moving average. I'm going to get to, you guys are trying to help me there in this IB chart. The sectors in the channel bar. So just click on from our toolbar, click on new. Okay, click on new and then click on docked channel bar. This is for anybody else. Ray's asking the question. Docked channel bar. Scroll down. I disagree with this, but hey, you have to click on show more. Okay, you have to click on show more and then scroll down a little bit more until you see sector status. Okay. Okay, so I'll do it one more time. Got it? Okay. Nice to see. Look at financials, guys. Took a while, but finally again broke out above the 200-day moving average a few days ago, continuing to move higher above the 200-day moving average. I'm just looking at some of the ones that were, around the 200-day and seeing what they're doing. There's XLB. So maybe today's the day it actually breaks above, closes above the 200-day moving average. Utilities, not a chance. Not even going to look at it. Industrials, I think, are yeah, they're hanging above. Staples, XLP, consumer staples. That was another one that was right around. Come on. Okay, give me a moment, guys. My daily chart is not wanting to load. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's not even close. XLP, consumer staples, actually drifting. Had a few days moving towards it, but yesterday moving down and now moving away from that 200-day. I don't have to look at communications or technology way above. So there, at a glance, is what's happening with the major sectors with respect to their 200-day moving averages. Okay, keep an eye on this Mura. It's actually starting to really give it up. I don't think this is shortable for me. MURA. No, not shortable for me, but really starting to give it up. Still up 53%, but that's a little bit misleading because remember what happened. This started trading as MURA yesterday, got up to 17, closed down here at 385. Well, yeah, it's popped off of the bottom here, 53%. But I mean, that was a crazy trader yesterday. So SNEC reverse split today. Is that right? Somebody said that. Is it today or just recently? Okay, I'm going to try this just before the market opens. Okay, so you said click on symbol. Okay, so settings, symbol, and is something wrong? I don't. Where are you finding session? Look down to session. I don't see session. See template. Maybe it's not a big deal. I'm just intrigued though. Maybe I need another version. I don't know. Oh, I know. I know how to do it in TradingView. I'm just these are the TradingView charts. So now in Interactive Brokers, that's all. All I'm trying to do is just give this a different shading. Make the pre-market a different shading. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to put. I don't care who started it. Okay, but the next post I'm gonna have to delete. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Denver. Okay, the next post I'm just gonna delete. I don't care who started it. I don't really give a rip. We just have to move on. CHPT guys is moving down again. A lot of shorts available. Wow, 6 million at Interactive Brokers. A lot of downgrades. CEO leaves. They're guiding poorly. December 6th is when they have earnings. So they're guiding poorly. All-time low. Boy, this is definitely a miserable sector to be in right now, guys. I mean, the EV sector is in general, especially I call it like the support sector, not well, even the unless you're Tesla, even Tesla though. I mean, Tesla's having some weakness, but okay. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. The market looks like could even be going negative to start. I mean, that's a 40. That's almost an hour now, straight down. Bigger red bar right now. That's at that 15-minute SPY candle. Was a nice lift until I don't know if some numbers came out at 8:30. Always easy to be. There's always some numbers coming out. It seems at 8:30. I don't know what it was today that caused the market to sell off. Wasn't it housing starts or something like that? Housing, something to do with housing, perhaps. Guys, we have less than a minute till the market opens today. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And the big end to earnings season, guys. We do have earnings. We do. There are always going to be some earnings plays, but nowhere near as many as what we've had for the last month, really. So we'll probably start to see a lot of these crazy low floaters. Housing starts. Thank you, Phoenix. Yeah, I thought it was something to do with housing. Yeah. So the SPY just went negative. All right, let me get rid of this. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. So Twist is an earnings play. TWST is an earnings play. There's the SGD making a market high. The pre-market high was up over 10. I think it was at 10:30. AEO is not an earnings play, but it was a couple of days ago, AEO, so it's still kind of strong. GPS starting to give it up a little bit, not a huge amount, but a little bit. Look at Twist. We sort of discounted it. Didn't think it would have this sort of a move, but look at Twist. This is an earnings play. TWST is an earnings play. TWST. Now, SGG did show up on my 10-day daily breakout, but again, it's way too early for me. But it's right around the same price, 791. It did pop up to 840. It's pulled back. There it is at 791. All right. Well, Manu starting to move on that rumor, guys. MANU starting to move a little bit on the rumor that Ratcliffe is going to take a 25% in the company in the team stock at $33 a share. Hard to believe that's the case, but so China, I saw LI earlier. So XPAV and LI, and I'm probably NIO, probably all moving here. What's KWeb doing though? What is the overall China market doing? KWeb probably moving higher. No, not really, just kind of flat. ZTO is an earnings play, guys, moving down. ZTO is an earnings play, moving down. There's GPS. GPS starting to give it up a little bit more. What, 640 or so? And they're no, not yet. This is still pretty strong. Yeah, one reason I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, exactly for this reason. SGD, but this is pretty wild though. Wow, look at this twist. TWST. I really didn't think it was going to have this sort of a move. Obviously, otherwise. Now there's the SNES. Wow, look at GPS. I mean GPS. No pullback yet. This is super strong. PJ, you were bang on thinking it had a gap still. I mean, at some point it might give it back, but right now very strong. Look at the market, and it's right in the face of the market too. Market's moving down. GPS just trading completely on its own right now. Yeah, Phoenix pointed that out. William at 8:30. Housing numbers. All right, guys, I'm still watching this GPS to see any sign of weakness. Now, GPS should take a look left to see where the next highs are. I have to maybe go to a monthly chart now. It's a big, big move for the gap. So you look at the monthly chart. The next high is looks like it's 1846 and 1846. So it has some room to that monthly high. Market continues down, first 15-minute candle, but more importantly, I mean, the hour preceding this was straight down. Boy, look at Twist, just a absolute monster here on earnings. TWST 20 to 23. THC on the move here, guys. THC on the move. If there's any news on this, to sell three South Carolina hospitals for about $2.4 billion. There you go. So there's some news for THC coming, getting closer to the 200-day moving average, around $67. So getting a little bit close to that 200-day moving average. So Mura probably got halted on the way down. Yeah, got halted on the way down. Except for what's Walmart doing today? Now, see, Walmart is still weak. After yesterday's earnings release. How about Costco? It's not an earnings play, has earnings mid-December. It's weak too. So okay, SGD. So halted at 687, but did not have a collapse really at all, actually. It halted on the way down, but it did not really affect it yet. Look at this market. Okay, guys, OPTX. OPTX. This is a new issue, fairly new issue, or trading as OPTX. I don't know if this was an IPO, but trading as OPTX. It started trading last week as OPTX. There's the all-time. Well, now again, it's not an all-time high, really, even though it looks like it is. But 747 looking left. Give me a moment, guys. Just adjusting a couple of things. All right, man. GPS. So now it's actually showing up in the option activity scanner. Pretty extended, though. It should start showing up. I'm surprised it's not in the 10-day daily breakout. Obviously, it's a 10-day daily breakout, but something is, oh, there it is. What am I doing? There it is. So there you go. Two of them, 1660 and 1713. Okay. Problem is, it's pretty extended. Yeah, this is still this is pretty resilient, guys. It's a SGD. I mean, look, didn't look great when it got halted on the way down at 6, but it didn't really cause a collapse, not yet anyway. Chico's is a buyout, isn't it? Of some sort. Chico's, CHS, just flatlining across. I know it showed up in our AI, so I would disregard it completely. Dolby is actually an earnings play, guys. DLB Dolby is an earnings play. Big gap down. Didn't really see this for some reason in the pre-market. Maybe the volume, probably the volume was too light. It's starting to pick up a little bit. It's only 139,000 shares. That's 38 times normal. DLB is an earnings play. Okay, so Tim, you're talking about clicking at either the buy or the sell button on a chart? Tim 2? Okay, so what you have to do, you have to go to the strategies, okay? Strategies tab in Brokerage Plus, and you have to assign one. Now you can have your own strategy, of course, but you have to assign one to the buy. So you can pick any one of these. Okay, this happens to be on right there, but how that happened is if I right click and click on default strategy long, okay, default chart strategy long. If I uncheck it, okay, this will turn off. See how the buy button turned off. So now I go back to it. So default, sorry, set as default set as default chart long strategy. Okay. Now, don't forget, you also have to go edit trading strategy and you have to make sure, you've picked the account. In this case, it should default to the simulated trading default. Okay. But make sure it has an account assigned to it. And then the reverse, of course, for the short strategy, you just assign one of your strategies or one of the predetermined ones to the short strategy. I don't like it. I mean, I think it's too confusing for most, but that's how you do it. Now if you click on buy, it'll this is what it'll follow, okay? You have to okay? Okay, so yeah. Shoot, I forgot to get that added to my homepage. Bouncers, toppers. I'm gonna ask them actually to do it maybe, during the market today so I won't forget. Sorry about that. Yeah, so if it's an orange, it's suggesting maybe a top, okay? So you can see right there, a top. Remember, there are 2 strategies in here, or 2 scans. One's the potential toppers, one's the potential bouncers. So if it's topping, then it's gonna be an orange. If it's bouncing, it'll be in, blue. A suggestion, okay? So when you see anything in orange, that's a suggestion that maybe it's topping out, a suggestion to protect to possibly short. Okay, Jamie? The advantage of using Holly AI. Well, if you're new to trading, completely new to trading, I mean, the way I use it is as a watch list, okay? I don't there's no auto trading in my in my DNA, okay? So I just use it like a watch list. So, you have a potential entry, you have a stop, and I just use it like a watch list. I suppose one of the advantages is that there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to set it up. You just watch the alerts as they come in. The problem is you do have to know how to trade. Okay, there's no auto. I mean, to auto trade the AI is probably not a good idea. So I mean, this is again what it looks like. Doesn't look good right now, does it? I mean, these are the numbers right now, but you never know. CHS could come back. Could come back. But I know I actually said that CHS disregard, okay, because this is a buyout, obviously. The AI saw something in here, but I would disregard that one. The OPTX, you never know. What I would be doing is I'd be putting a price alert back up to the alert price and seeing if it takes it out later on. Because in the pre-market, it got up to almost 10. That's how I use it. But I don't blindly follow it if you, understand what I mean. I just don't just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade. One day, I'm gonna follow my own, advice. So what happened here, guys, GPS showed up in the, 10-day daily breakout, also showed up, the only one so far, in the abnormal option activity. I thought it might be a little too extended. Here, it's not too extended at 1660 for me. Problem is 934. I don't like taking trades before 945. But when you see a stock in both of these, the breakout and the abnormal be on the way down, though, pay close attention. So there's GPS. It's probably pulled back a little bit, but even from 1701 getting up to 1775. Problem is it was just a little bit early for me to take it. Okay, guys, now there, see, here's the optics. Now, it's gonna get interesting. Taking out 7 maybe. So this is from the AI. So yes, I mean, you had the alert at 697. It dropped down to 622. It has come right back up to the alert price. It may get going now. It's a low, low float, so you've got to be really careful. 2.3 million in the float. Okay, guys, come on, OPTX, get that spread tightened up a bit. All right, resetting my price alert up here again over 7. Keep an eye on it, guys. OPTX, keep an eye on another break of 7. Okay, it is still kind of flirting with 7. The spread isn't great. That's you got to tighten that spread up. Guys, I'm really watching this OPTX, okay? I'm wanting to see if it can just really take out 7 here. I'm gonna stick an alert a little bit above 7. Want to see if and again, the only reason is it did hit almost 10 in the pre-market, and that's what traders will be looking at. No, this you're all here we go. All brokers, of course, have, something like this. This is time and sales. When I want to take a trade, I don't care. I'm not looking at the chart so much anymore. I'm looking at time and sales and interactive brokers. All brokers will have something like that. That, of course, gives you your spread. The problem with it is, I mean, that float is so low, 2.3 million. I mean, you can see the spread here, okay, in Brokerage Plus. You can see the spread right there. So, yeah, this is just a little bit too choppy right now, guys. The spread is not great. 677, 704, that's terrible. So I'm just going to back off. See if it takes out 713 again, but the spread has to tighten up. Okay. Now Hertz is okay, HTZ guys, HTZ coming into yesterday's high, I believe 877. This has been, of course, beaten up badly. Had earnings in October, not good. Ever since then, market has been moving straight down. Boy, GPS is strong still. I am not on mute. I better not be on mute. Okay. Understand, I joke around a little bit. This is not the radio, so there will be sometimes some dead air. I'm still keeping an eye on this OPTX. OPTX. I mean, this could be crazy with that float. Another earnings play here, guys. Copart, CPRT. This is another earnings play. Wow, all-time high. All-time high for CPRT. Hmm. Dolby, Thomas Dolby, DLB, moving down further on earnings. Next low looking left looks like it's around 78.88. Boy, this OPTX is just teasing us right at that 7 level. Well, twist. Okay, where could there be some resistance? Next high on the weekly chart is 2463. So, I mean, that might be some resistance, but boy, how strong was this? Ah, so BZH is an earnings play, guys. BZH is an earnings play. Of course, home, so got probably hammered down. Yeah, following the market really, but it is an earnings play. Wow, look at the room underneath. 2612. So it's got about a dollar, a little over a dollar underneath. That's the next low looking left. Kodiak on that upgrade to what was it? What did I say it was? $12 or something? Looks like the next high is 323 on the weekly chart for Kodiak, KOD. Well, man, GPS still super strong. Just made another high of the day, 1781. So, guys, notice how I'm not anticipating anything with the OPTX. All I'm doing is putting a price alert. I wasn't thinking to myself, it'll take out seven. Just take it right now at 680 or 690 because it's going to. I don't trade that way ever. I just stick a price alert, and if it hits it, great. If it doesn't, I just move on. So BJ may be wakening, weakening here, guys. Look at GPS just dominating. The only one in the option activity scan, guys. The only one. Check what it actually is. 607. So this is again, this option scanner. I'm not trading options. It's just showing me stocks that are trading. Another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally based on their option volume. So when you look at GPS, 76,000 contracts. Okay, fine. But what does that really mean? What that means is it's almost seven times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? This is seven times that. So just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. I'm assuming JB heard me, but maybe he didn't. I don't think you can put the bid ask on the charts. I don't think so, but maybe you can. I don't think so though. Look at the HTZ. So that again, bouncers toppers, guys. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one now, especially now. So there's Abercrombie and Fitch. Always have a tough time saying that one. November 21st. So they have earnings next week. Other, of course, retailer, clothing retailer. But the problem is that it's been tugged along, I'm sure, because of what's happening with the Gap, because it doesn't have earnings until next week. All right, do I give this another shot? Shot. Um, Strong, of course, been very strong over the past few days with their announcement that they've come up with some kind of a formulation that'll help hangovers. I was really wanting to get this one yesterday, and it just let's see how well it trades over 3, okay? How well does it keep over 3? As I speaking about it, is it halted again? Thoughts on it? I mean, I don't have any. I mean, it's halted, so there it is. There's the halt at 633. Potential open at 617. Okay. Nothing more to really say. I mean, at some point, you would anticipate a lot of profit taking, but I have to see how it opens. The last halt actually wasn't terrible, even though and when it opened a little bit below the halt price, but then it popped up. So hard to know. Guys are talking about CETO in both rooms, CYTO, CYTO. Hmm. Well, good luck. They announced a European Patent Office decision to grant a patent application. Okay, so it's a patent application that they've been granted. First of all, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. Well, it's not opening yet. So there it is. So it just resumed. So yeah, I mean, so it got halted at 636, 633. Not a huge drop from there, but I mean, look, ultimately you would think there's going to be some profit taking, but it's not like a huge drop yet. Okay, guys, I'm taking a shot at shot. So I'm in at 313. So actually 311. I got a better fill than I thought. Do not want to let it go down below 3, of course. It gets close to 3, I'm done. Veru, Veru, making it's a little glimpse above $1 now for Veru. All right, guys, my alerts have definitely slowed down. All right, guys, I am keeping an eye on the shot, basically where I bought it. If it starts drifting down towards 3, I'm out. I'm not going to. I'm just not going to hang on to it. Okay, this looks like maybe the end for SGD, guys. Gonna have a, this looks like maybe the end for a while anyway. Hey guys, I'm out of the shot. I'm just going to. Don't like the way it trades. Put a price alert above the high of the day and see if it can take that out. A little more force. And I had a minor gain in it before, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay, guys, I'm going to keep an eye on my bouncers toppers because with this market weakening like this, see any weakness in GPS, I think it will start affecting ANF. NU, let's take a look at NU. NU is just showing up on the momentum scan. NU. So the next highs looking left. To me, it's just too close. I mean, you look left, you've got a couple of daily highs right at 8:30. It's at 8:15 right now. It's too close. If that weren't there, if the next highs were way up here, almost 9, this would be awesome. But to me, it's just too close. It's not on my homepage yet. I forgot to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to add it, but I can give it to you. Okay. And just an explanation about what you're seeing, okay, in the color coding. If you see it in orange, this is a suggestion that it might have topped out. In other words, a potential short, okay? That's why I was talking about the ANF. And if you're looking for bounces, it'll be in blue. GIS, let's take a look at GIS. Yeah, pretty good bounce, 63.90. So it's a pretty good bounce. Definitely bouncing against the market. So that's the way this is the way it's color coded. And remember, when you get the alert, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. It means you can start watching and just to give you an idea about what it is actually looking for. Let me break this one out. So this is my price range, 1 in 100, minimum of 500,000 shares. So has to be down at least 5 minute candles in a row. Okay, I have a 15-minute chart here, but five uh, 5 minute candles in a row has to be below the VWAP. RSI cannot be more than 22. So in other words, in theory, these are stocks that have been really beaten up. Maybe time for a bit of a bounce. Okay, that's the theory. And so you'll get an alert when it makes a new low or a 5 minute high or this 2 minute hammer. Now, if you want, you can add the type here. I'm not going to do it. When I if you care, I don't really care that much, but you could add the type meaning that'll be why you had the alert. Okay, build. How do I set a delay on the alerts from an alert window? I don't want to get alert. I don't want to start getting alerts until 9:45. Okay, we have what's called a time of day filter. So first of all, build. Can you hear me and see what I'm going to do before I keep going? Okay. So if you right click on your alert window, configure, and type and under search type in. I think you can type in time, your time of day. Okay, so there's your filter. Add your filter. So minimum has to be just put minutes after the open. Okay, 15. So you just put 15 in here. So you will not get an alert until at least 15 minutes after the open or 9:45. Okay, make sense? Okay, you understand what I did? Okay, okay. And again, don't forget to save your work. Anything you do, you must save your work. Okay. At the very, very least, if you when you file, exit, it's going to ask, you want to save your work, and this is what you want to load the next time. Is this the layout you want to load next time? So that'll save everything you're doing at the very, very, very least when you file exit. Well, I'm glad it is doing well because Steve will be in our YouTube room. Steve will be in our YouTube room today. Yeah, so it's doing okay, guys. I mean, the trigger was 260. You had ample opportunity to take the trade if you wanted to on the first day. Yeah, ample opportunity to trade some out. Dropped. If you're still holding some, it's still looking pretty good. Yeah, you can brag a little. All right, shot is teasing me again, guys. The worst emails actually, PJ, are the ones when it doesn't trigger. Okay, so it's a non-event really, and people dump all over them. It really ticks me off. I mean, it's laid out very specifically in the email you get. I'm going to go over all this, guys, in about 8 minutes. What we're talking about, the trade of the week, etc. Well, and when you sign up for it, you'll get the email, and it says, "Don't take the trade until it hits this price." And if you take it before, well, that's up to you. I mean, but if it doesn't trigger, it doesn't trigger. So it's a non-event. Well, I don't think OPTX is going to do it, guys. I really don't think it's going to do it today. But you never know. So all you do is this: just put a price alert. There was the alert, 697. Put a price alert on it, and who knows? Later on in the day, it could come storming back. It's got that such a low float. Anything could happen. Boy, this GPS is still strong. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, so my price alert is just that. It's an alert, okay? And so I obviously set a price alert at a certain price that I'm interested in seeing how it's trading. So, the same thing with the shot. When I get a price alert, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I want to see how it's trading. The shot has been a bit of a mystery to me. Okay. So, I mean, if it hits this up here, I'll see, like, ideally, I mean, it may not happen, but if it just sort of bases a little bit, as an example, okay, what I'd be looking for, if it just kind of bases a little bit above my price alert at 317, for maybe at least 30 minutes, and then it pops through on volume, that's what will get me interested in taking it. Okay. Specifically on a shot. So I put the price alert for obviously for a very specific reason. I want to see it if it hits that price, and then I start looking. Now, but for instance, though, if it had dropped all the way down to 260 and then it's racing higher and it hits that, I won't be interested. It'll obviously be, in my opinion, way too extended. So, I mean, every time I get a price alert, there's a different set of circumstances that may or may not get me into the trade or prevent me from taking it. But what price alerts allow you to do, of course, is not you don't have to stare at the chart anymore. You just put the price alert, and that's why I'm saying with the OPTX, which I kind of doubt, but you never know. The OPTX, if it can take out this high up here again, later on in the day and on some volume, it could rip just because of what happened earlier in the pre-market. So, I stick the price alert there, and if it happens, great. If it doesn't, but I don't have to keep staring at the chart. So look at skin, guys. Could be interesting. Skin just check out the high of 2 days ago and yesterday, a little over two. Lots of room. $4. Is there any had earnings on the 13th? So I think this was, yeah. So this was the reaction, just a hammering down. Was an earnings play. So I got hammered down on earnings and trying to crawl back a little bit, but pretty extended. Look at these giant green candles. So ideally, maybe hang around two for a while, maybe even go down below two and then pop above it. It's not a low float, 87 million in the float. Good stuff, my trades. All right, what the heck is happening with this one? Chris got halted. Got halted. It's resumed. Didn't see this. Truist initiated coverage and a buy target of 26. I don't know if that's the reason why this is shot up. 181,000 shares, so it's not a lot of shares, but that's 42 times normal. Low float. So this is turning into the crazy one for the day, guys. 5.4 million in the float, up almost 100%. Yes, I think that should be it, Rolfin. Okay. Well, Children's Place is still weak. PLCE, sorry, PLCE, still weak. Earnings play yesterday. It did have a bit of a rally, but now it looks like it wants to take out yesterday's low. Yeah, the whole idea of this is yeah, you don't take the trade immediately. And now you have to start watching to see what happens. Sometimes you'll get an alert and it could keep moving higher and higher, which is actually not bad if you're looking for a top because you'll have a as further to fall if it does fall. Remember, it's an idea. It's always just an idea. Look at the land here. 1203 is the next high looking left. This is showing up on the toppers. When I look left, I mean, the next low looking left on the daily, other than today's low, is down here. So, I mean, the other thing, always pay attention to the market. What is the market doing? You're going to try to play a bounce and the market is doing this. Probably not the wisest thing. And the same thing, if the market was ripping higher to try to play a top, maybe not the wisest thing. Second day in yeah, you're right. Second day in the option scanner. Coming right into a daily high for SONO. This was an earnings play, big earnings play from yesterday. Closed near the high of the day. Looks like the next high is 1367. All right, guys, it is now a little after 10:30, so I think what I'll do is go over what you're going to find on my homepage. How is this Chris trading right now? I think it had to drop, CRIS, halted on the way down now. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my homepage link in and go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage. By the way, if you're new to either room, YouTube or the main room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and sharing my screen. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now this promo code, Barry25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. This should be good until I would say at least Sunday night. Next Sunday. I mean, this is after US Thanksgiving. Okay. Maybe Monday, but so you do have time. Thanksgiving in the US is next Thursday and Friday. Okay. So it'll be good at least probably until the Sunday after. So you can always try us out the first month. I would not pile into a yearly subscription. You can try us out. And if you do want to take on an annual subscription, we'll honor the 25%. So you can try us out for a month. And if you do want to take on an annual, and the reason to take on an annual, of course, is that your per month costs will go down. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You have to do that at least. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a free series of videos that Michael Nasa Traded is. You can take a look at that. We do a stock of the day video. You can take a look at that. Trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And this week's trade of the week was FUBO, and this is the suggested entry was 260. Before I talk about education and my scans, only one last thing. If you're going to take out a subscription, this will really help the room to keep this room free. This is a free room. So if you're going to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, just use my promo code. Whatever, you can save my homepage link or come into the room. Whatever promo code you see, use that. That will really help to keep this room free. Okay. Now, education section is right here. This is our user guide. Like any software program, the user guide, there's a lot of information in here. You don't have to learn it all. The getting started is right here. At the very least, though, I would probably look at alert windows, top list windows. You may want to look at stock racing and price alerts. I talk about price alerts all the time. Okay. Lots of other stuff here, but you don't have to learn everything. Getting started series, again, right there. So, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and today it should be Steve Gomez. I'm almost 100% sure it'll be him. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And Steve is the originator every week of the trades of the week. Okay. Last, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you click on my scans, and I will get the bouncers toppers added. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. There's a momentum scan right there, Momo. There's the abnormal option activity scan right here. These are two scans you can't see. I'm not hiding them on purpose. I just don't want to overwhelm the room that I'm sharing or the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of scans. But here they are. Look at this. No, none on the 10-day daily breakdown today. I have some very tough filters in both of these scans. That's why I do not get very many alerts. That's the way I like it. Okay, but you can have now what the DR stands for, it stands for don't repeat. So I like having it like that because I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, I had an alert for GPS at 9:34 Eastern time. The alert price was 1660. If I look over here, I can see what did it do from there? Well, from 1660, at least it got up to a high of 1798. I could also do it this way just by clicking on the alert, and you will see a blue arrow will show up on my chart, and it's going to show me I have a 15-minute chart up. It's going to show me the 15-minute candle that the alert happened. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it'll show me the 5-minute. They're right down here. It's maybe hard to see that opening 5-minute candle. So you can kind of see, well, what happened from there? Well, obviously pretty darn good. Okay. Yeah. So Cody, I mean, remember, these are all ideas. Doesn't mean just because you get an alert here, it's going to rip. One of the things I liked about the G, both of these actually. I wonder what Twist did. TWST. Yeah, not bad. I mean, from 23.76, it got up to 24, a little over 24. But these are two earnings plays. You know, GPS and Twist are two earnings plays. So anyway, I have other. There's the halts resumes right here. Also, I have other scans that I am sharing, and I will get him to add the bounce scan in here. So when will the test drive actually end? Good question. I'll find out. I mean, it's over today, but sometimes you want to find out when everybody's being switched off. Benji, I'll find out. Sometimes they extend it all the way to Sunday because the market's closed. So it's all a matter of having to pay for the data. Look at GPS, another. So Benji, don't forget to use my promo code. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to get an answer. Sometime on Monday. Okay. Chris is taking a look. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chris. I'll just type that in with somebody from our YouTube room asking the question. Thank you very much. I'm just pasting it. I think I missed the F at the end. Okay. So you actually get Monday then. Yeah, you actually get Monday. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, the test drive is still working. So you actually get Monday. I didn't realize that. Look at Macy's. So another retailer. Macy's had earnings yesterday. Actually had a bit of a sell-off. Not a bit of one. Had a big sell-off. But it's funny. I can look at these retailers. Well, Macy's is more than that, of course, but okay, guys, keep an eye on A and F. I'm gonna have to short this. Okay, now that maybe GPS is weakening just a little bit, A and F is one of the ones that showed up on the bouncers toppers. It was at 73.44. That was the alert, but it moved higher. So what I'd be doing, you could always put a price alert where it alerted the first time. See if it gets down there again. Depends if you use my. I don't know, Roger. The you if you took it from the room, okay. If you took it from the room, then it gets added to the room. Okay. If you went to our website and took it out, then it's not going to get added to the room. So if you clicked on my homepage link and you took it from with like using it like the early bird 30, if you use it there, then the room will get credit. If you didn't do it there, the room will not get credit. Yeah, I may not do any pre-market work. So the question is, will I be on the mic on Friday, which is a half a day? I don't like half days. I may not do any pre-market work at all. I may just get up my time, a little later. and just turn the room on and let you guys, I'll do some work, but probably will not do any pre-market work. Boxing Day. UT Curie, if you're still around. You know what? GPS is still strong, and I think it's just sort of affecting stocks like A&F. I was looking to short this one. I'm going to keep an eye on it just in case GPS starts to really weaken, but still strong. If you sign up through my homepage, the room gets credit. Actually, as long as you use this promo code, you can actually sign up from anywhere, but if you use the Barry 25, the room gets credit. But ideally, do it from within the room, my homepage, and then, but as long as you use that promo code, Barry 25, the room will get credit. Well, let's see what it does at 74. I mean, this is still strong. I mean, it just if you just look at GPS and look at A&F. I mean, they're trading almost the same. This is what I mean. Okay, these are my thumbnail charts. So, I mean, look at GPS. You see how it's hanging up here? A&F is hanging up here, and A&F has earnings next week. And I think it's just a sympathy play right now with GPS. Yeah, and the only reason I didn't lump Macy's in with them is that they're more than obviously just clothing retailers. The other ones, AEO, A&F, the Gap, GPS. I mean, they're basic. Well, they're clothing. Macy's is more of a department store, but yeah, Macy's is also. How is Nordstrom's doing? JWN? I don't care anymore now that they're not in Canada, but let's take a look at XRT just in general now. XRT, the retail ETF. Yeah, doing well. Through the 200-day moving average. See what it did yesterday? Broke down below it, mainly because of Walmart, I think, anyway. And now it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. How is Walmart doing? WMT. Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of weak, basically flat. Whoa, look at Children's Place. Shoot. Forgot to keep watching this one. Look at Children's Place, PLCE now. Children's Place had earnings yesterday and got hammered down. Did have a little rally, from about 20, 25 up to about a dollar rally, but this is still weakening, weakening, weakening. And the next low looking left, 1722, 1746 on the weekly chart. I just glanced at it. It's a gene editing, right? Real for CRISPR. Yeah. Mixed reactions across the gene editing space. Hmm. Now, we used to see NTLA. NTLA is in the same sector, and of course, edit. Those are the three that used to almost, when this was in its infancy, traded in all together. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 10:54. So just briefly going over what Trade It is all about. Should do this every day. We always have new people. So what you're seeing here, this is an alert window called, I call it momentum, Momo. And so if you're wondering if you have it, you're looking at it and wondering, well, what is it looking for? Well, this is what it's looking for. So if I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. So many screening programs out there that you can buy. Okay. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Stock. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert for it. And that's what we're really, really good at. Creating these scans and with filters in place, screening in place, and then you pick some kind of a trigger. In this case, this is a new high for the day, and you get a real-time alert. So at 10:54, FBIO was the last one to do it at night and at 195. So FBIO at 10:54 Eastern time, last stock to meet all these filter requirements and make a new high for the day. That's how. And of course, you can create all your own scans if you want. I'm going to go over that in a bit. If you take this scan, though, the way it is, great. If you don't like it exactly the way it is, of course, you can alter it. For instance, you may not like the price range. Okay, so if you want it between 10 and 100, now click on the summary. See, now it's 10 and 100. So you can, of course, adjust these filter values. You're going to, wow, look at GPS. Can see exactly why, guys. I was really tempted to short that ANF, but it is just being tugged along with um, with GPS with the gap. So you can take the scan the way it is, or you can adjust it to your style of trading. If you get used to using trade ideas, you might see a filter you might want to add. Maybe take one of these out that you don't care about. But what I'm giving you is a template. This is what I use to trade, but doesn't have to be exactly what you want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. These are all of our real-time alert icons right at the top, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. We have a lot of real-time alert icons, okay? Don't get hung up on what they all mean. Don't think to yourself, I have no idea what a 5-minute linear regression uptrend means, gain forecast. I don't either. Okay? I don't use these. And if I scroll down here, I mean, I could read about it. Don't get me wrong. I could read about it, but it doesn't interest me. Okay. These are all the filters that we've got. What I'm trying to say is that the only reason we have so many of real-time alerts and filters with lots and lots of subscribers, all sorts of different trading styles, They had to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So that's why they created so many of these alerts and filters. Okay. And Vicky makes an appearance. My goodness. So again, do not get hung up on how many we have, okay? You don't have to learn them all. Don't think, my goodness, how am I going to learn this program? Look at everything I have to learn. You don't have to. Just like our guide, you don't have to learn everything in the guide. So as an intraday trader, I'm always just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, the number one filter that I use is the relative volume filter. Okay, most of my scans have a minimum of 3. This one has a minimum of 8 in the relative volume. That's why I do not get very many alerts. I have other filters in here too, but that is the filter that really prevents a lot of stocks from showing up, and that's exactly the way I like it. Okay, and the relative volume filter. So if I look at edit right now, that's telling me it's trading 2.8 times normal, what it normally has traded up to about 11 o'clock over the last 10 days. That's an approximate. Okay. It's not necessarily the exact definition or formula, but it's an approximate. So that's why all my scans are going to have a relative volume filter in there, probably with at least 3, coupled with looking at abnormal option activity. Another way I can zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option volume. I don't trade options, but again, coupled with, abnormal volume plus abnormal option volume, that can usually, steer me in the direction of following those sort of stocks. So I look at Macy's, and you can see right there, 67,000 contracts, 68,000 almost. That's 193% of normal, 1.9 times normal. So we have a baseline. The baseline is what was the average over 10 days. So right now, this is 1.9 times that. So in this option scanner, the minimum number of contracts has to be 500, and that has to be at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. Okay. If you have my abnormal option scanner, the way it's color coded is that anything in light blue, I have two. Hopefully, these are both active. Yeah. So anything in light blue is an idea to go long. We haven't got any today yet. If it was in brown, show you what I mean here. Two strategies are in here: moving higher with an unusually strong option, and moving lower. Okay. And if it's lower, it'll be in brown, and if it's higher, it'll be in light blue. Again, these are ideas. It doesn't mean you just pile into the trade when you get the alert. That's why you have to have some trading, background or knowledge of, and that's why we have that series of videos that you can take a look at. You go to my homepage and you look at Trading 101. It's a series of videos you can take a look at. And this room, as I say, is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., sharing my screen live on the mic. So try to offer a lot of good support. I now call this a trading room and support room. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll let you know. But don't feel that you're bothering me with questions, okay? And that's also at between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. 5 days of the week, five different traders. I think it's a good idea to head over there because we all have different trading styles. Now, you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I don't want to be like a momentum trader. I'd rather be somebody who waits for a pullback to something. That's fine. Even if you're d and if you're but if you're an intraday trader, you still wanna be following stocks that are trading abnormally, okay, in my opinion anyway. So, you can still do this, like with GPS, you might look at this and go, "Well, you know what? I don't wanna take it right now at the high of the day and all this," even though it's sort of consolidating, it might pop. I would not mind doing that, but you might look at this and go, "You know what? Here's the VWAP, 1741. If it pulls back close to the VWAP or maybe a moving average that I like, you can see on my chart, I've got an ADMA in orange and a 10 SMA in blue. This is on my 15-minute chart. You might be that sort of a trader waiting for a pullback to a moving average you like or to the VWAP. All you have to do is just, put a price alert around the area and see if it triggers later. So you can take a look at these stocks, even though these are highly, momentum style stocks, but you can watch them for a pullback if that's the type of trader you want to be. Yeah. So what Shady is saying that almost 18% short float interest. Okay, so short float. So of the float, 209 million in the float, 17, almost 18% of it is short. So there are a lot of people who are short this stock who are not happy with what's happening, and they may be trying to cover their position, which is fueling more buying. No, well, definitely next Thursday the room will be off. That's a market holiday, so and I will open the room Friday morning, but I may not do very much work, pre-market work. Okay, but I will. Well, William will certainly open the room Friday morning. William or Chris is always opening the room before I get there, which is excellent. He's like, because I'm on the West Coast. I know guys have heard this a million times, but it's a tough time zone. I was getting up at sometimes 3:30, 4 o'clock. Now I can sleep in an extra hour. See how interesting it is. I think anyway. Look how they're trading in tandem. ANF and GPS, red candle, red candle. Even though again ANF has earnings next week, but they've been basically trading together. Keeping an eye on Children's Place to see what it does around 20, and that's the PLCE. No, no. Okay. Listen carefully, everybody. Next Thursday, the market is closed. Friday, it's open half a day. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:08. I think what I'll do right now, I have a little bit of a low, so I'm gonna get the gentleman to add his bouncers toppers. Make sure I don't have anything in here that now this is the don't repeat version. Okay, this is what I like to see. This is the don't repeat version. You know, if you take this, I'm gonna get him to add it to my homepage. So this is the don't repeat version. You only see the stock the first time of the alert. If you don't like that, you just have to go to properties and uncheck the don't repeat. Then you'll see it over and over again. I just like to see it the first time, but that's me. Okay. Whoa. Shows in place. Just I was waiting for a 20 break on not on the upside though for children's play. So let me see. I think to make sure when I put this in I have to make sure this is exactly what I want you guys to see. So I've taken off the actions. There's don't repeat. Both strategies are checked. Okay, I think I can get him to add it. Just give me a moment, guys. Just got to contact the gentleman who looks after my homepage. Okay, guys. So at some point that should be added to my homepage. So I won't have to keep handing out the alert. Definitely a low in the action for me now, guys. There's not much happening. Not too many new alerts. Well, let's see. Where is the VWAP? 2020. Okay. So there is the VWAP. So it got close, got up to 2014. It's kind of trading with the market a little bit, guys, a little bit. There's a big bottoming tail on that SPY candle, the 15-minute, and there's a bottoming tail for this one. So it's kind of trading a little bit like the market right now. That is PLCE. Now, guys, keep an eye on the OPTX. I mean, it's trying to come back. Okay, it's trying to come back, and because of that float, 2.3 million in the float. Later on in the day, if it takes out that 7 with any some volume comes in, that could really get it rolling. Remember, it hit almost 10 in the pre-market. Yeah, this SGG is actually having looks like it found a bit of a base down here at 5. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. I may now there's the 8 EMA for SGD. So that might be impeding it. And there's a 10 SMA up here. So that might impede it. But if it does take these areas out, then it's got obviously got some room has some room to run. Yeah, things have really slowed down for me here. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just not really seeing too much that I'm loving. I may be watching Children's Place as if it takes out 20. If he gets down to maybe 1990, 1985, and continues down from there, maybe. The OPTX, I still have an alert set around 7 in case it gets alive again later on in the day. Shot is doing nothing for me. Save. And this could be a time, guys, where you can chop up your account, okay? You're starting to trade at a boredom, perhaps. You think, I got to take a trade, I got to take a trade. And you start trading out of boredom. And, that's a great, great way to chop up your account. You have to has to be the setup that you want. And don't sort of, I'll take this. What the heck? I'm not doing anything. I'm bored. I'm not talking about save, but yeah, very extended. But you're right, room. You're right. It'd be nice if it would just rest for a bit. 1176 is the high looking left on the daily. It's got a ton of room, of course. I mean, this was just getting pummeled earlier. I think this was an all-time a low down here. Had earnings on the 26th, but it's had a nice rally since then. Mm, all right. Place is now underneath 20. Time is it? 40 minutes for my till my break. 40 minutes. What's RAP doing? WRAP. WRAP. Yeah, the next high looking left. For me, to too close. Two highs on the weekly. Too close. How about MCR? I like these, they're just overhaul numbers, which I always like. Okay, MCR next high looking left is 605, so it's basically there. After that, 610, too close. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't like it. I mean, when I look left, I see all sorts of little areas right up to 618, 620 that it could stall. So I just don't like it. Let's take something in the simulator for fun. Let's take a short of PLC E. Let's do 300 shares. Sell, send. So what I did there, I just took a short of PLCE in the simulator, 300 shares. Okay. And if I want to get out of it right now, I just have to flatten it. So if you're in a series of trades in the simulator, you just have to pick the one you want to get out of by highlighting it and then click flatten. That will get you out of a trade. Half will get you out of half your position, and double will double your position. You can use the simulator if you're using our downloadable application. Okay. You just load it from here, Brokerage Plus, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. This window will load. You may have different columns that I do, but in essence, it'll be like this. Make sure you can see the send. If when you load it, it looks like this, okay, a little bit shrunk, just grab the right corner when when it changes that icon, left click on your mouse and drag it. Okay, so you can see the send. If you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it becomes something I can look at the next day and following days. So I can practice swing trading here. You don't need a broker. What you're using is our real-time alerts, okay, our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you want to practice trading going forward, I mean, obviously right now, if you're part of the test drive, you should have been practicing trading. But going forward, if you do take out a subscription, all you need is our standard service, and then you'll have access to this Brokerage Plus window, which you can practice trading. Okay, guys. Well, let's see what happens here. See if this one can move down a little bit more. The low of the day is down here around 1933 for Children's Place, PLCE. So GPS looks like it might be, I mean, it's weakening, but is this really it? Is it over? So there's the 10 SMA, sorry, the 8 EMA on my 15-minute chart, 1760 or so. So it's getting close to that. Meanwhile, the market is just going to kind of doing nothing right now. With that big move down, about an hour and 15 down. And now since then, market is really not doing too much. Kind of chopping up and down a little bit. Aha, guys. I keep saying, keep an eye on this OPTX. You never know. I think this is just sort of trader psychology right now. Okay, looking at some of these low. I don't know why we don't have the float information right now. I think it's about 2.3 though, 2.4 million. And so now that we're getting out of earnings season, you're going to start to see a lot more action with these low float stocks that traders will be looking at. So it's doing the same thing it was doing earlier, just kind of teasing around that 7 mark. A little bit of volume has come in. Time is at now 11:28. So another 2 minutes for this candle to close. And that volume bar, I think if it breaks through 7 in any sort of a way, I think it could get going. That is not a recommendation for you to do what I might do, okay? Just to let you know, I'm kind of waiting on a maybe a 715 or so. I want to see clear 7. So this is what I'm looking at, okay? The time and sales, Interactive Brokers, 7706. We get to start getting a bid around, 713 bid ask, 713, 717. That might get it rolling, but it's just sort of hung up at 7 right now still. This is Interactive Brokers, this blue screen you see here. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And look what it's doing. I mean, it's just messing around that 7 level. Whoa, GPS now. That's a big red bar now. A big red bar on the 15-minute. But you know what? ANF is not putting in a big red bar yet. So that might follow if GPS continues to be weak. You might want to take a look at ANF. It's just hanging underneath 74. So this is what I'm talking about right there, 73.91. You see how it is not. This is a pretty big red bar now for GPS right there. This is not following suit yet. And I just think it's more of a sympathy play. It's not earnings for ANF. Now look what happened though. Interesting. I mean, ANF has a little pop. This is having a little bit of a green bar now, but ANF is super strong. Well, the problem, Lana, is that I have a relative volume filter in here. Okay, so you could take the momentum scan. You could, but you'd have to. So you could duplicate it. You could get rid of the relative volume filter because that'll prevent any data from coming in. Okay, and then you could use the new pre-market high. Okay, but you'd have to get rid of. And I have no idea what sort of alerts you'd get. With 1,000% of normal volume and all that. But you could, what I do, I just use my pre-market gappers. But if you're going to use this, if you're going to use this, you have to get rid of the relative volume filter because that'll block any data coming in. Okay? Doesn't work in the pre-market. Saito, is it serving as support, the VWAP? Let's take a look at CYTO. The VWAP at 33, maybe. I mean, it's broke down a little bit below it, but maybe. I just don't get into these ones that are way under a dollar, but nothing wrong with trading them. I mean, obviously, I would have loved to have been in at 10 cents with a bazillion shares. And really intrigued with this optics, guys, the OPTX. I do not want to lose sight of it. I'll be kicking myself all over the place if this takes out 7 in a big way because I like the way it's trading, making higher lows. Very risky, 2.3 million in the float. It's traded the float right now, 2.9 million. Don't know if there's any actual news in this one today. Had some news last week on the 10th, but I don't see any specific news on it today. I think it's just one of those things. It's a low float. We're going to get traders around the world looking at now low float situations. First one, guys, on the way down. First one on the way down. BZH. Got a little bit of room. The next low looking left is 2610. So some housing numbers came out at 8:30. That is what caused the market to really, I'm not going to use the word tank, but just move down. Interesting. Nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown today. Kind of hoping I would see BZH here. And the reason I won't see it, unless the volume really picks up, the relative volume is 6.6, which is, a lot. But my minimum filter for relative volume is 8 in both of these. So if you're sitting there wondering why don't I just reduce it to say 6? I could do that, but what'll happen is I'll get a lot of different alerts that I don't necessarily want to see. This is a highly selective scan, okay? Very, very selective. Not going to get too many alerts over the course of the day. So this is how you get out of a trade. I'm just going to get out of this trade just to show you. Just flatten it. Okay, so flatten the trade. $69 profit. Max was 81 if I'd got out right at the very bottom when I was still in this trade. That's what it would be. I like to see these two columns because this column, max P&L, and also the distance from the exit price gives me an idea, but how good are my exits? So for instance, I would not have wanted to have been up $500 in the trade. And then when I get out of the trade, I only make 69 as an example. This distance from the exit now this is going to be a little bit different. Um, if I'm short something like I want to see a nice positive number there, which would mean, okay, I got out and it moved higher. Remember, when you short, you want the stock to go down. I'm only going to say it one more time. OPTX guys, just keep an eye on it. OPTX. PR. You're right. PR or RR. I'm sorry, I read PR. RR, yeah, new IPO. Doesn't look great. My guess is that the I was it 4 to 6 range. So, okay, in the mid. How many shares were issued? Anybody know? Off, I can look, of course, but any idea how many shares were issued? Probably less than 2 million. 2 million. Thank you, PJ. So 2 million between 4 and 6. So it's really, it's halted. There's the halt 450 for RR and 488 potential open. And the only other thing is this a US? This, I mean, it looks like I have a US flag here, but you know what? I'll go to my IPO calendar and check it out. Okay, where are you? IPO calendar, RR. Okay, so two, yeah, five. Where are you out of? Probably the States. Yeah, too bad. I love the ones out of China or Singapore. They can be really crazy. But global R&D team based out of China and the United States. Okay. So it's definitely got a China connection. And why China? Just because these China IPOs can do something really nutty the first day. So this is what I wanted to show you. So you see the distance from the exit price now is minus 17. So if you were long this, that's what you want to see. You want to see a negative number. Think about it this way. You get out of a trade and then it moves and it moves down from where you got out. That's what you want to see, a nice big negative number. You get out of a trade at 2 and now it's sitting at 150. You're saying, "Yay, I got out at a good price." When you're short though, you want to see a positive number. Now there's AAP had earnings on the 15th, so a couple of days ago, and there was a reaction there. Second day yesterday, still moving down. Next low looking left is 47.50 or so. So it still has a little bit of room. Yeah, David, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, the attraction for me in the OPTX is more about what it did in the pre-market. Now, I don't know how many shares that was, actually traded. I mean, 90,000 shares on this. I don't know how many actually traded right up here. But, traders are going to be looking at this and thinking, could it, start approaching this area? Okay, guys, so it's 11:44. So I'm going to confirm it, Steve. I'm almost 100% sure. But before I do that, I would just confirm it's going to be Steve today in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Yeah, so this is going a little bit crazy now. Yeah, it popped up and now it's halted again. RR. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Why am I looking at the week? I'm not looking at the week. I mean, I have a weekly chart here, Gus, but I mean, it's just the first day of trading. I'm not looking at the weekly. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, really. But I mean, I have a weekly chart, a daily chart, and a 15. All right, what's happening with this one? MIXT, MIXT. We have no float information on it. It doesn't look like this OPTX is going to do it. Am I trading RR? I'm not in it. I might get interested later, depending how it trades. It's an IPO today. It just opened. Okay, so it just opened now. There's the high of the day. So I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day in case it takes it out at some point. Boy, look at the spread. Yikes. Put another high of day alert at 5:40. My ideal situation would it be we're just going to rest here for a while and then later on pops through the high of the day. May not happen. Okay, so Mon, all you got to do is left click on the chart, okay, just to tell Trader Diz what chart you're in. Typically, all you have to do is just start typing. Okay, so if I left click on, I'm in my daily chart right here, and if I just start type, so I left click just to let the system know the chart you're in, and then I start typing. Usually, the change symbol box will pop up. Okay, so I just typed in M for Macy's and click change or hit enter on your keyboard, and that should change it. Okay. I'll do the same with the RR and back. Now, if when you left click and then start to type and the box doesn't pop up, hit your space bar. Sometimes that is what's going to cause it to pop up. Okay. So let me know if that worked. So again, left click on the chart, start to type. Typically, you'll get the change symbol box will pop up and you can just click change or hit enter on your keyboard. And if that doesn't work when you start to type and nothing pops up, hit the space bar on your keyboard and then that should pop up. Okay. Do I trade any IPO? Yes. Great. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to forget about this for a while anyway. It would have to take out the high of the day later on for me to get interested, and that's the RR. So right now, nothing to do. The OPTX doesn't look like it's going to. Doesn't have that feel anymore to me. Though you never know. Later on in the afternoon, some traders are going to get maybe bored and take a look at this one. If it pops through 7 in a big way. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm still here, of course, but Steve is going to show up in about less than 10 minutes. Okay, guys, so I'm still here. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. All right, well, there it is. Okay, now decision time. Do I trade floats over? Yes, yes. I'll trade anything. I mean, the fact in the momentum scan, sugar, did I get any? I got some. I got some, not all I wanted. I'm talking about the RR. Just that in the momentum scan, rarely you're going to see something with 100 million moving in a big way. But I'll trade anything. It's not float dependent. Okay, I've taken most of it out now, guys. Now that spread has gotten crazy. I didn't get, I didn't get it. I didn't get really enough. Yeah, I mean, for a large float, it's really going to have some like a lot of like great news or something that's really going to move it. I mean, I'm looking for action, so am I going to trade Apple? No, doesn't mean people shouldn't trade Apple. If you can find a way to trade Apple and make money, but 15 billion in the float doesn't interest me. It's up, 0.32% down. I mean, it just doesn't interest me. No. Yeah, no, I picked a price I wanted to get in at, and I got some. It went right through that price. That's listen, these are very risky. The day of an IPO, I was actually hoping it wouldn't happen this soon. That it took out that high, that high right there, 530. I think at 35 I had, but it did pop up to 578 or 580. Okay, the float is not here because it's so new. Okay, I mean, yes, our provider does sometimes, especially when it's a foreign stock. For some reason, we don't have a lot of float information. Can't answer the question why, but most of the time we have the float information. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with whether it's under 100 million or whatever it is. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, most of the time we have the float information, but when it's a real low float, sometimes, I mean, it's difficult to get a handle on it. You can go to five or 10 different sites and see 5 or 10 different float values, but it's got nothing to do with it being under 100 million. CRISPR, let's take a look at CRISPR. So the next high looking left, yeah, it's got some room. Yeah, I mean 68 something, 68.26. Tops? I haven't seen tops. Let's see why. There will be a reason. And there's Steve. Yeah, the relative volume is too low, Mac. Okay. Just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, Steve is in the YouTube room right now. Let me put the link to YouTube so you can head over and listen to Steve.
All right. Hola.
Hola, 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 hola.
Still speaking my Cabo lingo.
Okay, guys, Steve is in the room, so I'll see you in the main room about 1 o'clock. Okay,
All
so
right.
in the YouTube room now. All right, Steve, how you doing?
Take your time. I'm good. Actually been able to make some money swing trading. How about that?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, like Monday, I noticed the AI stocks were going, and
Hmm.
actually, I think it was, I can't remember if it was over the weekend, but let's look at BBAI. I mean, that was a big winner for me, but it was a great example of me finally getting my day and a half type moves. There's my day
Mm.
one move. There's my day two move. Of course, I missed out on day three, but that's all I really want is just a good solid day and a half. So I was positioned in these consolidated patterns here in a lot of these stocks, including AI. And so I got a nice gap up coming out of that. So I took my profits, which was nice. And then I pivoted back to the uranium calls, which some of those were trade of the weeks, a few weeks back. I'm
Hmm.
currently in a full boatload of UUU. That's my first level of sale. If I can get up there,
Hmm.
have a limit sell ready to go. Also in DNN, I think I've got a limit sell at 82 cents. Hopefully, maybe I can get that during the session. Possible, but I'm trying to get a day and a half out of these things if I can. So,
And
as
and
you can
that's your
see,
swing trading now. I mean,
yeah,
the day and a half to two. I mean, we're not talking
yeah,
holding something for a week. We're
right.
talking.
And then looking left is which is what we both do. What do we see here? We see resistance. All right. So
Hmm.
this is my target. This is
Oops, I just lost you.
patient of consolidation. Seeing the industry stocks are strong. You still got me?
Yeah, you just came back.
Can you hear me?
Well, I'm looking at
Okay.
URA, just the ETF for uranium. Yeah,
U URA. I've
yeah,
never even looked at that.
that's the
Is it
ETF for
URA?
uranium.
URA, correct?
Yeah,
Well, I just learned that. How about that? Hey,
there you go.
look
So
at
if you
that.
don't
It's
want
actually breaking out. Thank you for that. I'm going to add that to my, so I'm going to heart that, and I will add that to my kind of spinning watch list. So send to my symbol list 401k, things I trade in my 401k. But the point being is what URA is giving us a wonderful breakout, but I'm just looking to, like I said, look left and take profits at
to, hmm.
levels that make sense. So I've anticipated the consolidation. This is day one yesterday, writing it, and now I'm just really trying to squeak out a profit here, see if they can try and just break above that. I'm 2 cents away. We'll see what happens, but that's my
Okay.
method.
All right. Well, as long as it's working, that's the bottom
Yes,
line. As
I'm
long as it's
happy it's
working.
working this week. Yeah,
Exactly. Okay, my friend. Now,
URNM.
can you
Okay,
go to
Barry.
one, or do you have to
I can
take
go to
off a
one.
little early?
No, I don't have
Okay.
any. I don't have anything to
No
rush off to.
duties.
So
Okay,
yeah.
great. Okay, thanks a
So
lot.
bye. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me get back over here. And hello, Marius. URNM. Let's take a look at that. URNM. Sprott. Oh, I love Sprott. I love Sprott. Why do I love Sprott? Because right now, one half of my 401k is in PSLV. So some of you guys know I like to jump in and out of gold, silver. PSLV is the Sprott fund. You can trust the Sprots, Bill. You can trust the Sprott funds. They can back up what they say they got. So technically speaking, my PSLV is a green light for me as it's trading above the 200-day moving average handily. Really just consolidating and waiting for this 5-day moving average to kind of come up from underneath. There's Patrick. I'm going to switch off my browser charts only because I'm broadcasting. I think Barry does this too, and it's acceptable. It's just too taxing to try and share screens and use browser charts. I'd like to be able to flip through them a little quicker. And when I'm not broadcasting, that works. So Patrick, yeah, there we go. Look at that. Patrick just learned something cool. So, this is my little bread and butter window there. I'm watching. I'll take things out of there. But here's Riot and Mara. I was playing those last week as well when they had some strength. So, if you were here from the beginning, I kind of focus on a little bit of a sector. That was the Bitcoin mining sector. I tried that last week. Earlier this week, the AI stocks were running. BBAI was a great example of giving me a day and a half to play it. And again, what I look for is consolidation right there at my 10 SMA. Let me switch to the right there at the 10 SMA. Took it home. I was like, yeah, day one, here we go. Day two, I'm a seller. Let's get out. Left some on the table, but that's okay. I was actually golfing that day. I didn't want to pay attention to the market. So now I'm in the uranium stocks, and that's why we were talking about uranium, and that's why Bill dropped URNM, the Sprott Fund, and I can't type that. And then Barry gave me URA, which I was not aware of. So it's like you just bounce around from sector to sector. So really, that's kind of the foundation of what I'm doing as a swing trader. I'm just looking to get that push, a good day and a half, maybe 2 days, and if I was better at it, maybe leave 20% as a trailing stop. But like I said, I was going golfing that day, and I just wanted to mentally disconnect and take my profits and enjoy them. Patrick, as long as the PSLE remains above the 200, I am happy. Again, I've got 50% of my 401k in this right now. When we look at UUP, the dollar, big fall from grace. And I mean that sincerely, just a lot. That's almost head and shoulder-ish, if you want to call it that. Shoulder, head, shoulder, and then just a giant void break. Crossover, moving average, crossover. This is horribly ugly. Technically speaking, that is horribly ugly for the dollar ETF. Therefore, I'm bullish again on the metals. And as it were, the uranium play is more or less kind of a mining metal, something you can drop on your foot, commodity, and it's still strong. So let's check in. Again, I'm currently long UUU. You can see that is my first upside target. I don't feel like I have enough, right? I feel, yesterday I bought the pullback, but I don't feel like I got that big push yet. And I feel like if I just take profits here because we're above the prior high and we've put in, kind of a channel, if I just take my profits here, I feel like I might leave something on the table. It feels like something could happen over the weekend. So, not that I'm going to break my rules, but I'm going to stick around these uranium plays for the weekend. And these are basically DNN and UUUU. I'm already in them since yesterday morning out of this consolidation. And I'm flirting with disaster by not taking anything off right here, but I've got a price in there at 182. And sometimes I just like to get my price, but technically speaking, when I look left, 179 was taking out that prior high, and we did that. We took out 179, 180. But when you shift over to the intraday, is it holding my magic line? It still is. So if I see DNN roll over and cross below this line, I don't know. I might have to take some off. I hate it when I try to get a little too much greed out of play. But on the pro side, we did have earnings back here. So we've got a nice push off of earnings. I just feel like I might be really running out of steam, and I might be getting a bit greedy there. Here we go. I took some DNN. I took some DNN right there. Just market order, took a third off, only because I got to pay myself while I can, not when I have to. And if I wait for it to break that line, then it's like, okay, I have to pay myself. But right now, I can pay myself. It's kind of a different nuance, but I still have 2/3 of my position. I feel like I haven't gotten too greedy. There's a lot of space going on here that makes me a little uncomfortable between the current price and the breakout. As I've told Barry and you guys, things don't really want to move much in the same direction for very long before they reverse, and that's where I was just leaving a lot on the table and it was pissing me off. Hello, Patrick. I mean, hello, Perfect Circle and Patrick. UEC. So let me just say this here. So you bring up DNN. If I go to my single stock window, what are the competitors? NXE, trade of the week, a month and a half ago, back here. There's your UEC. So Patrick is pointing out UEC. That's a great looking chart. I just wanted to show you, I found it by way of the competitors tab. So going back to what I was saying earlier, there's my stock, UEU. I get fixated on a sector, which, by the way, here's what we're going to do. We're going to right click. We're going to go, before I forget, URA, the ETF that Barry just showed me. And I'm going to right click and I'm going to send this to symbol list sector ETF. Bam. So now I've added URA to my sector list because I was getting in the middle of talking about, the foundational method of just kind of bouncing around from sector to sector. Now URA should populate here in the next 30 seconds on this because I just added it, but at some point it is going to pop in there. What do we got on the day? URA is up 2.14% on the day, so it's going to be near the top when it comes in. XLE is an energy spider, similar, right? Oil. So the commodities are rich today, just today for the moment. DBC, another commodity ETF, but URE should pop up there in a moment. All right, what is going on, everybody? Let's see. Perfect Circle. I can tell a fellow PST trader. Yeah, Pacific time. Well, does the market have more? That's a great question because I actually tried to take a stab, just a quick little short. Last 2 days, believe it or not, I went home overnight, short the Qs on this day here. I went home overnight, short XLF, lost on that one. And IWM was kind of a break even, as you'll see. IWM actually made money. Why? I pulled up IWM and I want to show you right there. Boom. Look at how the top of that wick was the 200-day. When I pulled up IWM, I looked at that and I immediately pulled up TZA, which is the inverse, and said, I'm going to day trade this or even swing trade it. Grab TZA. So those 3 trades I just got out of this morning to answer your question. So I made money off this bounce at a beautiful buy in TZA, got out this morning. Made money in that one. FAS was the ETF I used for the financials. As you can see, it was flat, flat, flat. Boom, lost money in FAS. Look, there's my 10 SMA, throwing the financials higher, which in turn puts the inverse negative financials lower. Lost on that trade. So to answer your question, does the market have more in the tank? I gave in because I've seen what I'm going to call holiday trading. Next week is Thanksgiving week. And I've seen year after year just a complete apathy of selling. And then nothing more than kind of a retail grind higher in fancy names that are in the moment in favor. So seasonally, I'm going to answer your question, Perfect Circle. Seasonally, I would be going against the flow to try and short the market up here, or I'm not jumping long. I'm only using these small uranium plays here and there, and I'm long silver. But I'm definitely not trying to short it. And I say that also technically. What was the NASDAQ telling me? I tried to short that NASDAQ. And what was it telling me? It was saying, well, as I happen to know, I've read a lot of articles lately, this has been just a horrific ride for the hedge funds. The hedge funds are being blown up. Their phones are ringing. They're taking a beating. They're having to explain to their customers why the market's not going down based on their theory of models and economies and inflation. So when I see price action gap back up here, again, I took a chance right there. I thought, God, this is a free look. I'm going to take a chance. But we didn't. All I wanted was this. This was all I wanted. Didn't get it. So therefore, the market was telling me we're just going to hang around here. This is maximum pain theory right now for all the negative shorties and bears who think the market needs a pullback like I thought, or if we just need to break back down because the economy sucks or whatnot. The price action is telling you opposite. So when I say I pay attention to the footprints in the sand, I don't care what analysts say. I don't care what the news is. I don't care what patents are. All I care about is what is the price action telling me. And it's telling me it's not giving the shorts a single opportunity to cover their wrongdoings. And they're already in pain. So I think there are so many shorts trapped in this market that you definitely don't want to short it because you just be joining their pain. But we could see a grind higher in selective stocks that are in favor. So whatever you see that's just kind of slowly grinding higher over the next few days might be a safe move. But the market in general is literally it's forcing a squeeze. It's got the head in the vice of the shorts, and it just keeps twisting the vice. It's very painful for them. Is there a filter, Andy? Hello. Is there a filter for 2-minute consecutive candles down? The one for consecutive candle. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. Let's just look. What we have to do is always go to configure and search, and operative word is consecutive. So there is a 2-minute consecutive candle, Andy. So what you would do is you would bring in this filter, and there's your 2-minute time frame consecutive candles. Now you said down. Let's say you want to see 3 consecutive 2-minute candles down. You use -3. If I click that little microscope little thing there, it says, okay, we're just saying -3 is going to be show me stocks where the stock was down at least 3 candles in a row. So the negative value in the maximum column will give you the number of candles you want. Hopefully that makes sense. Do you see? Good. Excellent. It's a good filter to use, Andy. You can find things that have been, trending in one direction using consecutive candles. All right, let's take a look at that UEC. Like most of these uranium stocks, they're all riding their 10 SMAs. So a little breather, a little pullback. Is this going to be a day-and-a-half move in UEC? I don't know. This could be the beginning. We're going to watch and see how it just started. So these are brand new candles. So we've got 14 minutes now in both U and probably DNN looks the same, which is why I took a third off. It's holding up okay. But, going back to yours, we now have a new candle. Did the prior candle close below? No. Is the current live candle trading below? Yes. But to me, that's not a signal. I have to wait for the 15-minute candle to close. And I only do that because I've learned over the years, if I were to wig out and say this traded 2 cents below the 10 SMA, but it popped back up and closed above and kept going. See, look, there we go. Now we got a green candle. Now we're back above. So closing candle is the operative word for me, and that's what I call my signal candle. That's when it tells me if I'm itching to take a profit, but I also feel like if I get out now, I'm going to leave some on the table. I'll use this as my guideline. This is the guiding hand of momentum. As long as the candles don't close below that 15-minute 10 SMA, I'm staying in. You're right, Doug. My good friend Brian Shannon, he was with me in Cabo for a few days. He coined the term only price pays. And that's his way of expressing what I say. I like to follow the footprints in the sand. That tells me what the herd is thinking. So back to the NASDAQ, the herd is in pain. The shorts are feeling extreme pain. There is a saying called the max pain theory in the market. The market has a funny way of just exploiting the max pain. And that was quite a breakdown. So you can imagine a lot of shorts and a lot of hedge funds probably really loaded up down here. Maybe they were underperforming for the year and they said, here we go, reading the headlines. But mysterious forces said, nope, you're wrong. And they said, oh, we'll stay in. And oh, ouch, this hurts. Okay, maybe it'll hold this trend line. Oh my God, it didn't hold this trend line. Oh my God, it gapped up. Make it stop. Somebody help. So I'm walking you through the herd mentality of the collective pain that's happening to the short sellers, meaning the hedge funds. And there's big money out there that tries to make money on the short side. So the hedge funds are being screwed. Great question. How was golf in Cabo? I don't golf in Cabo. We have enough golf in San Diego. We played on Tuesday and it was beautiful and it wasn't expensive. So we picked up the phone and we called and said, how much would it be to play, you know, um, Diamante or a couple other Cabo courses, and per person to rent equipment. And that's the thing too, renting equipment is like $400 or $500, and it's hot. And when I go to Cabo, I just literally want a day drink and lay in the sun. So I get my golf in San Diego. When I get to Cabo, there's other things to do down there. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a fisherman, so don't even go there. I get on the fishing boat, and all I want to do is find out when are we getting back to land. I missed a question. Would you trade GGAL? Let's take a look. Oh, also Gus. Okay, let's start with Gus. If a stock has no float information, does the scan skip it if you're filtering for float amount? Yes and no. So yes, it skips it, but no, Gus, there's a workaround. So Gus, I'm going to type in info at trade-ideas. And if you can, please send an email and ask for the workaround for the null float value. It's basically a custom formula that can be inserted into your account, and you put a value in there. And what it does is it says, hey, if the scan has a null reading for the float, which of course we have a few of those and we're still working on that. We think we have a solution, but for now, there is a workaround. So if you can, Gus, info at trade-ideas.com. They will take you to the next step, probably drop that custom formula into your account, explain how to use it. And then what it does is it overrides that null value and stops suppressing scans and symbols that should come through. So hopefully you can do that. Willie, would you trade GGAL? I assume to the long side. Let's take a look. Finance, okay. Today could be day one. Let's take a look at the metrics. We've got 1.3 relative volume, so the volume is good. It's popped out of a range, which is good, and that's why I said maybe it's day number one coming out of consolidation. First thing I notice is this looming 50-day. So whatever price this is you're going to be your first hurdle there at 1291. What I do like is the way in which it's holding this morning move. So, if I'm not in something and I'm looking to buy, I'm looking for things that are trying to break out of consolidation with good relative volume and trying to maybe take advantage of a position entry in the consolidation above that moving average. And as long as the price bounces up and starts moving my direction, I feel like that is a safe entry. I don't like chasing stocks up here or up here, after they've run. I want to wait for this moving average to come up and kind of force the issue. That's what I just preach religiously. So in that respect, I would trade GGAL if I was looking, but the short term, I'd be taking at least half off because there's resistance and the 50-day moving average looming at 1291. Any Carmel rides in tandem with that? Oh, Camel? Any camel rides? No, didn't do any camel rides. It was funny, though, for those that don't know. Dan was born in Russia. So for the first 8 years of his life, he spoke Russian. And we were on the beach down there, and Jamie and Dan and the people next to us in their 30s were speaking what I thought was Russian. And I asked Dan, and he said, hold on, let me listen. And then he said, yep, those are my people. And he walked over and told them in Russian, you can say anything you want about these two idiots, but don't talk about me because I know what you're saying. And they cracked up. You don't run into Russian people very often on the beach in Cabo. So that was kind of nice. They babysit Dan for us a little bit, kept him entertained. Yes, it is hot down there, Jason, and I've discovered it's almost unbearable in the summertime. When you have kids and stuff, you go down there in the summer, but the humidity is just brutal. I have fallen in love with October, November, late October. I mean, we went down there, literally missed the storm by a day. They were still cleaning up when we got there. But November, this is the perfect time of year because the humidity's gone and the water's still warm from the summertime. Where are you going to be in 12.2 to 12.7? Yeah, you're going to love it down there, Patrick. It's great. You can actually, if you're around, Medano Bay, the main area, walk up on the beach or just show up here, all inclusive. Yeah. But if you go down, to Medano Bay near the office and those other touristy places, right next to the Arroyo, the major wash, you can walk up on the beach and just have lunch at the restaurant there or dinner. That's where we stay. All right. Have I missed any? Jason's going late January. Great. It's only a 2-hour flight from San Diego. And it's cheaper than Hawaii. So Patrick, what I do is I've got some family who own some weeks down there, and somehow I slipped into the Facebook owners group. And what they do is they trade, and I'm not kidding. I literally showed the guys. I said, "Oh boy, this one's tempting." New Year's Eve, full week during New Year's Eve, 1 bedroom, 2 bath with a private jacuzzi. Maintenance fee only $963. So what I'm getting at is the owners will trade with other owners on the Facebook page and not put it up on the retail rack, which is usually 3 times as expensive. And so it's a pretty sweet deal. And so I kind of just pick and choose when I want to go, and that allows me to stay in different units, different times of the year, not be stuck in the same unit with the same people. Look at us. We're talking about timeshares. We should be talking about trading. Andy, in a multi-strategy window, is it possible to set sound alerts for only certain strategies? I don't think so, but let's take a look. Let's take a look. So we'll go. I know I've got a multi-strategy in here somewhere. Let me just try. Okay. Multi-strategy window, whatever this is. I don't know what this is. New strategy. Well, let me grab one that I know works. I think it's called bullish daily candlestick. No, actually, I want to do master blaster. I want something in real time. I'm looking for an M window. There it is. Load M window. Okay, so this is 3 or 4 different strategies. Now we're going to find out when we go to the strategy, configure, collaborate, duplicate, don't repeat, delete, back to. Okay, so it's not there. We'll go back to the main window, configure all, delete all, history, properties, and there it is, actions. So to answer your question, there is no way to segment actions is where we play the sound, but it's going to play sound of all the strategies. And that's not what your question is. You're asking, how can I just do one or the other? If you need to do that, Andy, the best thing you can do is go to one of the strategies. Say you wanted a sound on only this one, this yellow one. Well, open alert window. You'd have to open an alert window, and you're segmenting this now. You're pulling it out of the multi-group, and you're segmenting this, and you're going into properties and actions and assigning a sound to only the one that you've segmented. So that's the only way to do it. Good question, Andy, but I hope that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's your only option, but good question. Have you been to Cascadas before, Patrick? Do you understand the story behind that place? Architect, artist built it with no hard lines or angles. It was all curvilinear and all natural stone and trees. And it's like 7 days of earthing walking around there with no shoes on. Can you set colors to each strat? Yes. Now, so if we go back to, I assume, Bill, you're talking about, oh, can we set for each alert? Gotcha, Patrick. So, Bill, are we talking about the multi-strategy window or the alert window? Oh, you're saying you can set colors to each strat, then have, yeah, a later for the window and the alert. I think you're qualifying there, basically, Bill. If I'm missing a question, let me know. Let's check in on my uranium. DNN hanging in there. You gave us a signal candle. So what happened there? So we have a closing candle now below the rising 10 SMA. And I didn't take any profits on this one yet. But as I kind of alluded to earlier, one, I took profits in DNN, but as I kind of alluded to earlier, I feel like I'm going to maybe break some rules here and stick around because it's the weekend. Weird stuff might happen over the weekend. You never know. Yeah, so in the multi-strategy, as you saw, we'll go back to that. You can assign the different colors, what you want them to be. So you go down here to colors and you can change. Right, and then you can go back and you can turn off the ones you don't want to see. Just uncheck those. That's also an option. I have multi-strategy windows with each strategy set as a different color. Then I have an alert on the window. Okay, so basically Bill is saying he's already doing kind of what you're attempting to kind of work through there, Andy. What's the markets doing? Nothing. Just frustrating the shorts. The shorts want nothing more. They're like, at this point, they're like, please God, just give me a pullback to this gap. Please God, just fill this gap. I'll take the loss. But if you can just get me back to this gap, I'll cover it. I don't even think the market's going to give them that. That's my guess. Based on the seasonality, based on the way the shorts are trapped, and we all know it. And once everybody knows it, it makes it even worse for them. People pile on. All right, cool. I'm glad you were able to work through that, Andy. Yes, fill my gap, please. Please, just I'll accept this loss down here, but I can't accept this gap not being filled. Please, just fill they all want the same thing, and when they all want the same thing, they're not going to get it. So that's just the way the market is, and that's why I'm kind of being cynical like that. I had perfect circle. You're welcome to it. I tried, and that's one of the feelings I got. That it's just not there. Feels like you're just joining the sad party. And again, seasonally, the short week of Thanksgiving week, the sellers don't really seem to be around. It just seems to be like retail people off, logging into their Robinhood account, buying EV stocks or whatever stock they're excited about. Speaking of, what happened to SGD? I want to talk about SGD. So yesterday, the AI mentioned SGD, which is cool, but this is one nasty SOB. And we put an email out today, but I was kind of in charge of the context of that email. And I wanted people to understand that, the AI can put items in front of you that are in play, but they can be very volatile as well. And when you start seeing stocks halting and gapping and halting, you're really losing a lot of the control. So basically, these people were happy, but if you got stuck in this halt right here, you had no control over the drop between 583 down to 440. And that's not fun. That's not really something we want to teach new users. But I made a video right before I came on live here. And also in the email, we talk about what is a trade around. Well, a trade around is basically SGD is a stock I didn't know about 2 days ago, but now I know about it. So I keep my eye on it. So look at what happened here. We've been talking about my favorite moving average and my favorite signal. SGD is now in play, as it were, right? Yesterday it was definitely in play. Everybody was talking about it. A lot of people want to know what was going to happen today. Well, it gapped up and went nowhere. So a lot of times, strong stocks that gap up ahead of themselves, they'll find a spot to settle in, and wouldn't you know it, they settled right in at the 10 SMA. So there literally was a play. And what I'm getting at here is the AI, signaled it back here, but you've got to be aware of what dangers exist if you're going to jump into stocks that are halting because of volatility like that. You're going to be caught in the class 5 rapids with it. So just be aware. But as things start to slow down and settle in and more players come in, more volume comes in, you can start to see setups. And that's what the trade around was. So I made a video, and like I said, an email that just talks about keeping an eye on some of these names. Now look at what happened. So we had I think it's like a $5 entry all the way up to 6. But look at that. That red candle is a signal candle. These subsequent 3 candles are now back under the 10 SMA. So really, in my mind, if you're going to play a trade around, the only safe bet was to buy and just see if it was going to hold that moving average right there. And then once it broke, that was it. That's really been the only real play that I can see in this SGD. Do all gaps get filled? Not always. I mean, it might be filled 6 months from now. Eventually. Eventually they will, but maybe not on your timeline. Hello, Marius. The other day we were building a scanner with me, verbally said, let's give that a minimum value of 10%. And you typed into the filter. Okay. I think we were talking about volume percent for a 5-minute or a 10-minute or a 1-minute candle. So in the case of a volume percent for a candle, look at here. We'll use these on my single stock window. Volume 5-minute, 255%. What does that mean? It means that 100% volume 1 minute right now is doing pretty much normal volume. It just ticked up. So 100% is going to equal normal volume. Okay, so 5-minute volume percent minimum 1,000. What does that mean? That means its volume 5-minute is doing 10 times normal. If 100% is normal, and I said let's use a minimum of 1,000, then we're looking for 10 times a normal 5-minute volume candle, Marius. And our program looks back at that stock at all the 5-minute candles and calculates the volume. And when it starts trading above that average level, and if you're using a filter like you are, it's only going to show us stocks that are doing 10 times their last 5-minute candle of what it normally does for a 5-minute candle. So I know it can be confusing because some of our, like relative volume, uses a ratio. So relative volume 3.0 means the same as a 5-minute candle at 300%. So relative volume is a ratio. 1.0 is normal. The 5-minute percent candles, 100% is normal. So that gives us the ability, if I look up and I see, oh my God, it's only doing 10%, doing much less than 100%, that means the stock is dead. There's no volume on that time frame. So Marius, I hope that answers your question. So 1,000 is what you'd type to get Well, what do you want 10% of? When you say get 10% reading, what are you trying to get 10% of? If you only want a candle that's doing 10% normal volume, then that's something totally different. If you're meaning 10 times the volume, that would be the relative volume. 10% over normal. Okay, then let's call that 110. I'll type it in. If you want to see 5-minute volume doing 10% more than a normal volume, your minimum value would be that 110%. Do I read time and sales? Not anymore. I used to. I'm not really interested in what time and sales are saying. I mean, if anything, it just pisses me off, quite honestly, because I see all the prints in between the spread at 0.97643 on the 13 different dark pools that these laser-driven HFT frequency bots can beat you by a tenth of a nanosecond to make a tenth of a penny 150 million times a day. And it's annoying. So 1,000 is going to be 1,000%. It's going to be 10 times normal. 1,000 is, it's 1,000%. 10 times over. We're just moving. It's literal. Correct. So yeah, it's a great question, Willie. You triggered me on that. It just reminds me of how fractured our markets are. I can't read into. Now, when I started trading with Andy, Jamie, Brad, Dan, we traded in fractions, and you'd see Morgan Stanley and Smith Barney and Merrill Lynch, Payne Weber making level 2 bids and offers, big spreads. And sometimes you'd see a specialist, especially, time and sales really worked best for the specialists on the New York exchange before they moved to ARCA. There were certain tape readers who would sit at home and play a few different stocks, the same stocks every day, and they would get a feel for the specialist moving it to a level, moving it to a level, moving it to a level, and then boom, the clean out print. 100,000 shares at the round number. That was their signal that it was going to reverse. That stuff doesn't work anymore, in my opinion. Great question, Willie. It used to work. If you find a way to make it work, more power to you. I just feel like that's data that's just coming so fast that only the computers can process it. Again, I'm going to type it this time. Relative volume is a ratio. Volume candle is an actual percent. So that's going to be 854,000%, I guess. I don't know. At this point, I'm starting to confuse myself. Just remember, relative volume is a ratio. 10 is 1,000%. 20 is going to be 2,000%. But if you want to use it for the volume candles, you actually have to type out all the zeros. It's not a ratio. Only the relative volume, which is a cumulative score that's constantly updating. It's going up and it's going down. So we use a ratio. But the volume candles are a time period measured 1 minute, 5 minute, 30 minutes. Those are assigned a percent. So currently, SGD 5-minute candle is doing 60% more than normal, 167%. 167, 100 being normal, we're doing 60% more. If we look at the 1 minute, it's now doing 4 times normal. 1 minute volume is now 4 times normal, 400%. But the relative volume on the day, with everything considered together, all things considered for this time of day, the running cumulative total is 110 times. So whatever that percent is, I don't even know. I got a C in math. All right, I'll be with you guys for another 15 or so. Any charts you want to look at? Any other questions? We talked about SGD again, the trade around. The idea being it came from the AI yesterday, but it doesn't always mean you just need to jump into something. It just means, put a heart on it, keep track of it, put it on your watch list, add it to a symbol list. Don't lose track of it, in other words. That's what a trade around means. These Bitcoin mining stocks, they're basing and they're flirting with their 200-day Mara, Riot. They could come out of the weekend in an interesting situation. Let's see, Gus. Okay. I find this confusing too. Which alert, not filter, is the fastest for catching volume spiking? Well, there's actual alerts. If you go to an alert window and configure, there is something that's hard coded and calculated, and you use the keyword spike. Let's use that spike, 1 minute volume spike. So we can say, use this as an alert. All right. And the ratio is going to be kind of like our relative volume ratio. So if I want to see something 10 times the normal 1 minute volume, I would put a 10 in there to qualify that, Gus. So you could try that as an alert. The 1 minute volume spike, it's a hard coded, algorithm that's in our system. The only thing you can configure and tell it is only show me this event. Okay, 1 would be normal. 1, you'd be seeing those left and right. 5 would be 5 times normal. So again, the ratio comes into play here. It's not a percent. So a different way to approach it. We've been talking filters, Gus, but this is an actual event. So we would call this an alert. This is the event that you could use for an A window instead of a new high or a new low. Let's see. So UEC did hold it. Oh, look at that. UEC. My UUUU didn't, but Patrick's UEC did hold the signal candle 10. So that's encouraging. There's no reason to say that you can't regroup. Maybe it is. Hey, look at that. It's trying. How about that? What's my DNN doing? Back in play after a little bit of a pullback. Yeah, you followed the rule. And sometimes it's hard, Patrick, but when you let the candles close and you survive, it's like a game of craps. You survive the come out roll. Now you can lay your odds and play the hand a little better. I would say the 1 minute volume is the most sensitive to catch. And that's why we can use the filter 1 minute volume, but I took it a step further, I think, in showing the actual event, the actual alert itself, 1 minute volume spike, and then you qualify it with a ratio. Just play around with the ratio and see, what type of results you get or don't get. If you're getting too many results, your ratio is probably too low. If you're not getting hardly any results, your ratio is probably too high. I've never seen that one. KNTE. What do we got there? Biopharma. That's probably why I've never seen it. I would say this one looked like it's waiting for its 5-day moving average. You had a big gap of news, obviously. It does not want to give way to the 222 level. You got buyers at 222. As this 5-day moving average moves up higher into Monday, maybe it'll force the issue of that name. Okay, so you nailed that one, huh? That's good. You must have been in it overnight and took advantage. You got some good news in your favor. Yep, I love it when that happens. That's what happened to me on the AIs on Monday that I took home over the weekend. I got some nice gap ups. AI was the best gap up, I think. Yeah, right there. I was able to participate in that. Usually doesn't always work out that way, but it's nice when you get on the lucky side of an overnight risk. The best thing that can happen to you is to not have that happen all the time when you first learn, because it makes you complacent and not respect overnight risk, especially in a pharmaceutical stock such as that. That's one of my rules, literally, Patrick. I don't take pharmaceutical stocks home overnight. I've been hurt too many times by either secondary after a big move or bad news in their pipeline, FDA loss, etc. But there's not a lot of things you can do to control overnight risk. But to me, staying away from pharmaceuticals overnight is definitely something that I can control. There's another NXE. Okay, so this was a trade of the week a couple weeks ago. Now it's approaching. I'm just going to alert myself to know when it touches that look left high there in NXE, another uranium play. I might have to go through and see if there's anything that's consolidating here that could be a possible trade of the week that hasn't gone yet. Ooh, this one could be interesting, but it doesn't look like it does a lot of volume. Dollar stock too. That's tough. That's interesting. If it closes and stays below 300, that could be interesting. A nice breakout. Hopefully it stays below there. But I'll put a price alert in just in case. So I'm already starting to think it's halfway over on a Friday, and trade of the week falls to me. And so I'll start to look around and see what sectors are going into the weekend hot, and try not to look for something that's essentially a chase. Try to look for something that maybe is still a bit early in its consolidation breakout, but not too much. Oh, so yeah, now you got that good luck feeling of taking home your first buy overnight, and you got rewarded. Sometimes that can be the worst thing that happens to you. Like I said, just be careful, don't get complacent. I'll keep an eye on that UROI later. Yes, I do break my rules. I'm kind of breaking my rules right now. Like I was saying, normally I want to get a day and a half movement out of my swing trades, and I've got profits in DNN and I've got profits in UUU. But if I look left in DNN, I took 1/3 off. Maybe I should be taking more, but I'm kind of breaking my rules in that I feel like I'm going to stick around longer than I feel like I should. In this particular case, I'm going to stick around longer than I normally would, which is kind of a rule break. But yeah, I do break other rules. There are trades that I probably would take for just goofy reasons that I wouldn't even tell people. Maybe the thing sold off incredibly hard, and I'm familiar with the stock, and I was familiar with the news, and I see that the algorithms drove it down to a certain level, and I think, well, it's a no risk look down here. It's below all the moving averages that I like, but maybe this is a nice quant bot reversal, and I'll try those. Sometimes they make no sense, but once I'm in them, I'll have to have a plan as to, where am I going to let this go? What you can't do is just keep redrawing the line, adding and redrawing the line, doubling down. You're going to regret that. But yeah, rules are made to be broken, and I get mad when I do. It's almost like golf. You know how to swing it. CYTO, let's see. What does the chart tell me? Okay, well, it tells me it's a biotech that had some news. It's in play today. It was a big move this morning. It's just chopping around here between 30 cents and 40 cents. I know nothing about it. This is not my type of play. It looks very volatile. You know, if I was looking to play something like this, I would have looked to bid in right there and take a chance. But then right here, it just broke and closed below. You know, momentum is key to me. As long as it holds my momentum line, I might be interested. But biotechs are very nutty. It's a very small float, which means it's going to trade very erratically. Not something really the beginners I would recommend for, quite honestly. But people are attracted to volatility in action. I get that. Well, Nestor, I've been talking a lot about sector. So, you know, at the beginning of the week, my focus was on AI stocks. I've given up on those because now I've moved on to uranium stocks. So that's the foundation of what I like to do is what sectors are strong for me. And URA is where my focus is right now. That'll change next week. The baton is always being handed to a different sector. And these sectors, they don't last long. So I have a certain time frame I'd like to get in and maybe stay in for a day and a half to maybe 3 days. But if I get a big momentum push, I take what's given to me on a day and a half, 2-day basis, and then try and stay in maybe a little bit more. But URA is giving me positive confirmation that the uranium sector is still in play. Technically speaking, to give you an answer, what I look for technically in my 15-minute chart, it's all about the 10-period simple moving average to me. Look at these. 1, 2, 3, 4 different tests already between yesterday and today tells me that uranium via URA is in what we call momentum mode. This is momentum. As long as it stays above those key levels, I'm interested. So it's as simple as that. Sector strength, technical analysis, staying above the momentum line. Don't chase. Don't look at this stock and say, oh, wow, look, it broke out up here. I'm going to buy it now. Well, you just wasted 5 or 6 days of people who are in the money who are now taking profits because it's breaking out. So the idea is to try and be contrarian and find things, you know, that are early in a breakout. And again, I look for sector strength. And here's a great tool, right? Here's URA. Well, let's just start with one of my trades, quadruple U, heading back to highs. Thankfully, I'm in it. But if I go to competitors, now we've got a list of ideas. I'm also in DNN. I've already taken 1/3 profits in DNN because you can see how extended it is. By no means is this an entry point here. This was an entry point for me back here on the consolidation above the moving average. But I can go down the line and I can start to look for other ideas that might be in play. I'm looking for things that are not too extended. I'm looking for things that are still consolidating. And like URG is kind of interesting. It's only a $2 stock, but look, I'm going to put an alert. So I'm going to price alert, right click, price alert. Now, this one has so much consolidation, and it's literally would be like the 3rd time it's tried to break out. If it does break above there, there might be some follow through. It's spent a long time getting back to here. Whereas some of these other stocks like DNN, they got back pretty quick. That's a pretty quick move right there. So that might have to burn off a little steam. So what I'm showing you is the competitors tab. You can come through here and find ideas in the same sector, something you maybe never have seen of. MP, this is in a downtrend. That's horrible, but is the sector strength maybe going to pull it out of a downtrend? Well, here's another moving average that I like. This is my 5-day moving average right there. Look at how it held that. So that's kind of a positive. This could be a rule break trade, right? It's below a declining 50-day moving average. It's in a downtrend, but all of its peers and all of its friends are moving higher. Maybe it's time. This is another one I've already marked up as a possible trade of the week. Maybe just looking for consolidation. So that's
Okay,
the
I
answer.
gotta cut in.
Okay,
I gotta
cut
cut
in.
in. Are you looking at OPTX?
No, I am
You
now.
should be.
Yeah, you're right. I should be. So
It's an
yeah.
AI alert. This is the one you
Oh,
should be doing the email on.
oh shoot. Too late. Well, I'll be doing another one, it sounds like.
Do another one. My goodness. I mean,
But
I've been
Barry,
all
look
over this
look
one.
look at how it jives with what I've been preaching. My 10 SMA. Look at that. Momentum, buyers, buyers,
Yes, yes,
buyers.
yes, yes, yes,
In
yes,
control. Buyers never lost
yes,
control of this sucker.
yes.
You didn't chase the open, but you bought the pullback off the 10 SMA. It was a safe entry. That's the kind of stuff
Hmm.
I look at.
Awesome, though. I mean, I was talking about this one for probably 3 hours, telling people, keep an eye on a 7 break. And luckily, I was downstairs getting an apple,
Mm,
and at 12:30 is when it took out, I think, 720, and I
yeah,
said, "Okay, you're in." And now I've
yep,
I've traded some out, but what an awesome move! I mean, my goodness,
that is very nice.
that's an
Very
awesome
nice.
move.
But not
Yeah.
only that, I mean, it was just really nice, coming up to we'll play a time machine game here. We'll go back. I mean, that's you pull up a chart that looks like that with all that volume and it's just bouncing and riding and skimming across my 10 SMA.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're darn right you set a price alert right there. And that's what
Yeah.
Barry did. That's what Barry did. Yeah. Cool.
Exactly. So. Anyway, that's made my year almost, not quite, but I mean that was because I took a few shares extra than I normally would, I think, and just had the faith. Looking in the pre-market, it got all the way up to almost a 10. So that was really why I was all why I was excited about it. Not because I thought it was going to get to 10, but you know what traders are like. They're going to look at
Yep.
that, go, wow, could it fill halfway between 7 and 10? I'll take it, But anyway. I'll let you go. I mean, you've done yeoman effort today. Usually you're out around 10 too. I'm sorry, my voice is cracking right now. So it's been a long
All
week.
right. Oh, good. Well, it looks like I answered all the questions. You're welcome, everybody. I got to answer this one from Jamie.
Okay, sure.
Is Brian happy with his affiliation with TI
No.
after spending 3 or 4 days with Brian and Dan and myself? Yeah, he is. And the thing about Brian is he basically said, "We're good, but the minute you cross me, you're dead to me." And so we've never crossed him. So he's still with us. So that speaks volumes that he is very happy with us. We have a great relationship, and the Anchored View app product is really
Now,
cool.
does he tell you what it would take to cross him? I mean, what would that be like?
To not send him the licensing money that we agreed
Oh,
on, or
okay.
something like that,
Oh, I see. Okay.
or promise him something that we didn't deliver, or say we would
Right,
do
right.
something that
Okay.
we didn't. I
I was
mean,
kind of
that's
kidding, but
basically,
okay, yeah.
yeah.
Those are some major, that would be major, those would be major issues.
He's a real no nonsense guy, and
Mhm.
just he'll give you enough rope, but if you show your true colors, you're dead to him. So
Okay.
there he is.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, have a great weekend, and thanks for filling in for me for the hour. And we'll talk to you next week, I'm sure.
All right, you got it.
Okay,
Thanks.
bye-bye.
Let's talk to you later. Bye.
Just give me a moment, guys. There we go. All right, guys. Well, I am back in all the rooms, and yes, sir. I just talking about Steve. I'm in the OPTX. Well, I love it when a plan kind of comes together, and also with the TWST. And I'll explain the T. Excuse me. I will explain the TWST. But first, we got to talk about the OPTX. Depends how long you were in the room for, but I mean, I think I talked about this for a couple of hours, and I kept saying, don't lose sight of it if it takes out 7. And this was now it took out 7 a couple of times earlier, but it immediately dropped right back down below 7. And I actually thought at one point that was going to be it. I got down to 625 down here. And but I said, listen, don't lose sight of it. So I had a price alert set, I think right around 710. I'm sort of eyeballing it. I was telling Steve, luckily I was downstairs getting an apple, and I came up, and just as it was starting to make this move, I said, "Okay, you're in." And now I traded some out. I have traded some out. There's no way I was going to not trade some out, but I still have a piece of this left. And again, why would I be interested? Just because of what happened earlier on in the day, in the morning, pre-market, got all the way up to almost 10. So that I mean, it was a plan and it worked. I mean, they don't all work like that, guys. And also, remember what I always say: volume, volume, volume. So not only, I mean, it wasn't just the fact that it was taking out my price alert, but look what it was doing it on volume. So this, that led me to believe this was not going to be a false breakout. So, my goodness. Now I want to talk about the twist. I've been talking ad nauseum about if you see the same stock in my option activity and in the daily breakout or breakdown, really pay attention to it. So twist showed up early on, of course, in the daily breakout. The price was 23.76. It showed up at 12.19, 24.15. Okay. So I looked at that and I thought, you know what? This was just, in fact, before I went down to get some something, and I said, "You know what? I've been talking about this for like so many times, and I haven't done it sometimes, and I decided just to take it." So there we are. Twist got up to 24.73. I mean, it hasn't been like straight up, but I decided you just take the darn thing, and you've been talking about it long enough. When I mean, you don't get too many that are going to show up in both of these two scans, so, I gotta catch my breath. That was just awesome for me anyway. Hopefully, you've heard me say that many, many times. You have those 2 scans, just keep an eye on them to see when a stock shows up in both of them. So, Nestor, I am not the 10 SMA. Look at this. Yes. I mean, hey, guys, it might. I mean, this is today's SGD, basically. Not quite as dramatic. SGD at one point was up like 1,100%. But I mean, this is almost today's SGD. So I'm not. This is what Steve does. Okay. So Nestor, you're asking about the 10 SMA. I mean, I have them on here. I don't follow it as religiously as Steve, but you can see and he uses the 10 SMA. I also have the 80 MA on my 15-minute chart. And if you can see my 15-minute chart, you see that blue line is the 10 SMA, and you can see how it kind of was hugging it the whole time. Never really broke down through it. That's kind of how he uses it. So he also has a scan, I think, called the jam down to the 10 SMA. So let's say that this stock was up here at 780 and then it came down into it. He would watch it to see if it bounced off it and moved higher, or if it broke it in a big way, and maybe he would take a short. That's about the only. That is the only explanation I can give you. I'm not a huge follower of it. I mean, he is. I actually have it just because he talks about it all the time, and he uses it on the 15-minute chart. Okay. So it's more for him, I think, in staying in a trade at some. Now, listen, I would never, ever, ever I mean, he might say, well, I'm going to keep in the trade until it breaks the 10 SMA. On something like this, you'd have to be crazy because I mean, the 10 SMA is down here at 727. Okay. But this is an extremely volatile stock. Okay. But I think he will let this. And Real and others will use the 8 EMA. You see that orange line? That's the 8 EMA, faster moving. But again, I would never, ever keep in this trade until it, broke down through that. Never. I'm going to be taking some off. Not something with 2.3 million in the float. You don't have we don't know where it's going to go. Wow. What about COGT? Okay, COGT. This is from our YouTube room. Well, it certainly has room on the daily. 850 is the room it has on the daily. Not going to show up in any one of my scans because the relative volume is 1.9. So, my minimum in virtually all my scans is at least 3. Doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's bad. Okay. It just means it's not going to show up in my scans. But, I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made. Is there any news on this one? It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the second. So that's, 15 days ago. So, When we were in earnings for about a month, this is the last big week of it. Okay. I don't think I looked at didn't see any of these types of trades, none, zero. But as I constantly say, when we get out of earnings season, we will start to see a lot of these low floaters going crazy because traders are going to be looking for something to do, in my opinion. Okay, now I see the RR is kind of getting back up. So I will have an alert. Now it's way up here. I get it. The high of the day is way up here, but believe it or not, if it takes out that high of the day later on in the day, it's very possible we could go on a bit of a run. This is an IPO for today. 2 million shares issued, and the IPO price was at 5. So it's a little bit above it. It's not like a sensational one, but you never know. If it takes out that high, I might be enticed to take a I would personally, I will not go crazy on it. So guys, I'm gonna do a video now, and what time is it? It's 1:11. Okay, so it shouldn't take this long, but as I always say, in case I run into technical issues, so I'll put myself on mute now in both rooms. Sorry, Jamie. Okay, now I'm going to answer. So the question in our YouTube room is if TLT is moving higher, does that insinuate that the SPY should be moving higher too? I know this is the 20-year Treasury bond. I think William, you'd probably know. Is there a direct correlation between, say, TLT moving higher and the SPY? Yeah, Tim. I mean, understand, as I've said many, many times, I use the our AI, as a watch list. That's all it is for me. It had a very wide stop on it, 555. For me, I never ever would have had a. Okay, so Jamie, I can't help you. William in the room, who would probably know. Well, how about anybody else? Does anybody else know if the TLT is some kind of a correlation with the SPY or the market? So you're saying you're saying if TLT is rising, then the market usually is moving lower. Is that what you're saying, Wiggle Boss? Oh, I see. Yeah. So if money is going into bonds, it's taking it out of the stock market. Sort of see what you mean. Yeah. I don't know, Jamie. I mean that seems like a reasonable look at it. However, as William's saying, I don't see a correlation between them in the last year. And then we've got Larry saying TLT rising means lower rates, which is usually good for the market. Of course, yeah, but sometimes a day or two lag. I mean, the reason why the market was so great when interest rates were so low. If you want to make money, what are you going to do? Put money in the bank at 1%, 2%. So yeah, I mean, the market is obviously more risky than making a guaranteed 1 or 2%. But when rates go up to 5, 6, 7, 8%, and you can just make money by doing nothing, just by getting what we in Canada GICs or whatever you call your longer term. Um, I don't even know what you call them in the states, but sure, if you can just plunk your money in with no risk and make 5, 6, 7%, that hurts the stock market, obviously, to a certain extent. I think the market now, though, I would have said that for sure 20, 30 years ago. I think there's just enough juice in the market, though, now that people are. So interest rates could be high, but I think there's still going to be enough interest in the market because especially the stuff that we look at trade ideas. I mean, we're so great at finding these crazy little ones like the optics, so or Syntech optics. Anyway, I'm actually exhausted. That was exhausting watching this. I know it's as crazy as it sounds. Yeah, so Tim too, again, I know what you were saying that the AI did not exit this trade. There was the stop way down there. It didn't even really come close. I mean, with about 50 cents. Personally, I mean, I don't know where it came up with this stop. It's not even the low of the day. I mean, it's some kind of an algorithm that kicked in, but no, I mean, I never ever would have had a stop down there. Okay, that's why I'm saying I use the AI. It's a watch list for me. And I'm not even sure. Now, I have to go all the way back here. 7. Yeah, so the first time I saw optics, OPTX, was in this scan right here, and the price was 647. Okay, that's the first time I saw it. And then I have a sound alert for my AIs, and it happened at 9:40 and it was at 697. So yeah, I started really watching it, right around then. You heard me. I mean, watch it around 7. But I truly thought it was dead in the water. I thought, okay, it's not going to come back. But then I said, but you never know. You never know. With that float, you just never know. Yeah, so I'm really the wrong guy to ask, questions which are more what I call macro effects in the market. I mean, I look, I'm aware, but I don't dwell on it. Whew, okay, guys. Who's the smart money these days, Dip Buyer? I always love that term. The smart money is doing this. Pepe, thank you. I was actually thinking about trying that over the weekend because I knew there had to be a way. So what Pepe has done, and now I don't have to do it. I was going to say my assistant Pepe, but actually I'm his assistant. So if you go into the trade ideas questions tab, guys, and I'll post that link into the YouTube room. What he's been able to do is merge these two scans so that when you do get the symbol in both, you'll see it. Okay. And I was actually thinking about doing that this weekend, but I guess I don't have to now. So let's take a look at what it looks like. But now I don't anticipate going forward we're going to see too many. The reason being is that we saw a lot when we're in earnings season, and that's when we get that's when a lot of these moves. Stocks typically, that have earnings, a lot of them, of course, are optionable. But a lot of these things that we see here, these crazy ones, they don't trade options. Just give me a moment. Well, I'm going to rename this because I want to give credit where credit is due. And in brackets, Pepe. Okay. Well, I don't need data to merge to take a couple of scans and merging together, Benji. I'm not looking at data. I'm just taking two scans and merging them together. So this is it. Moving higher with unusually strong options plus a 10-day daily breakout. So so there you go. You can see BKD. I don't know where it first showed up. So this is what we're trying to do. Okay. So BKD, there it was at 1020, at 511. Hadn't really moved too much. Now there it is in the option scanner at 126, 518. So it hasn't really moved that much. This could be really interesting now going forward. No audio on YouTube. Just give me a moment. I thought hmm, really? My, okay. So Jamie, it's you. Of course, Jamie can't hear me. Okay. Thanks, guys. So Jamie should be able to see those posts. So it's on his end. Okay, guys. So I am going to pop this in. So here is the link. He put it in the trade ideas questions, but okay, there is the link. So I mean, it's not really incredibly hard, of course, just to look and see which are the. But this makes it easier. And you probably have this on don't repeat, right? Well, I didn't have to do that. Don't repeat. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Gus, and anybody else. Okay, when I post or anybody else, Pepe posted the link. I just reposted it. So if you're wondering, well, how do I get this? I see this is the cloud link, but how do I get it into my system? Okay, so Gus, are you watching? And can you hear me? Just waiting for Gus to say yes, and he can hear me and see what I'm going to do before I go ahead and do it. YouTube, we've got a little bit of a time delay. Okay, so this is what you do. So when you see the link, when you see the cloud link, just click on it, and it should show up in a new tab. Okay, see it in a new tab. I don't even look at this. Okay, this is what I do. It shows up in a new tab. All I do is I highlight it. So now, and then I copy it. Control C. Now it's copied. Now that link is copied. And then from my toolbar, I go File, Load from Cloud, and notice this string right there ends in like 4969C, 4969D, I guess, bad eyes, D. So if you copy it correctly, this should show up right there. Okay, nothing else to do. If somehow it's not copied correctly or it's blank, just paste it in, Control V it in. I cannot remember the last time though, if you do it correctly by highlighting and then Control C, that it won't show up. And then just load it. Okay, just load it, and now it'll appear on your screen. Okay, Gus, and anybody else who wants to know how to load a cloud link, let me know if that worked for you or if I went too fast. I can always do it again. Great. Well, Marius, okay, I'll do it again. Don't follow the instructions. Okay. This is what I do. Just do what I do. Okay. Right click. It should show up in another tab or somewhere. You'll see the string right up here. Highlight it. Just, copy it. Control C. Now it's copied. And then from our toolbar, file, load from cloud. And there it is right there. See it right in the box right there. Same string. Okay. And then load it. That's it. Okay. Well, Gus was able to do it. Let me click on the link in from YouTube. Yeah, but he was able to do it. He's in YouTube too. Okay, so oops. Same thing. I mean, it showed up. It popped into my other monitor, but popped up. There it is. And it actually came already highlighted, but maybe that's because I did before. But if it isn't, if it's just looking like that, just highlight it and then Control C. So now it's copied, and then file load from cloud. Now, if I could ever set up a sound alert that said Pepe, but I don't have it. Pepe, you got to give me your, you got to speak into the mic so I can put you as a sound alert on this. Maybe I'll put cash register. Sure, why not? Now, guys, I don't have very much of this left, but boy, I mean, this is still looking really interesting, especially if it takes out the high. Even the RR is starting, to get my attention again. Now I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and this, and I'll create a dock. I'll call it Doc Pepe. Then I'm going to put that one in there, Doc into Doc Pepe. And then I'm going to put this one in there, Doc Pepe. And then I'm going to do this. And I can get rid of this, get rid of this. Ah, better to do it this way. Wow, there's the RR guys. Woo. Perfect. Oh my goodness. RR, do I dare do it? All right there, newbie. You asked a question about OPEC. Yeah, RR. I remember. Yeah. Look at the SPY guys. We're having a nice resurgence in the SPY. I'm not in this. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I just see. It's not really like tremendously above the IPO price of 5. The ones that are really exciting are the ones that. Excuse me, just a minute. Though this could get really exciting. So the ones that are more exciting, in my opinion, anyway. So they 2 million shares. The IPO was priced at 5, so they're raising a couple of million, $10 million. So it opened around the IPO price. The ones that are really exciting, say if this had opened at 8 or something like that, 8 or 9, 7, 8 or 9, quite a bit above the IPO price, and then ran from there. And those are the ones that, tremendous enthusiasm. Now, I'm not saying this can't happen, but we've seen this with some of the Chinese IPOs. And I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I wish I were now, but I am not in it. The spread's not terrible. I mean, it's 625, 630, 633. I mean, it might widen every now and then, but for a stock, can't expect a really tight spread for something like this. Sometimes it does get very wide though. Right now, 592, 612. Yeah. I'm probably gonna back off this. I mean, maybe if it takes out the high of the day later on, maybe. And it's 141 now. Where's that Poe? Oh, are you in the room today? I haven't seen Poe posting anything today. Oh, okay. Poe, tell me you took OPTX, even if you have to lie to me. Remember what we were talking about yesterday? You were saying, you have a tough time chasing momentum and all that. And but look, I mean, it's not so much that you're chasing anything that is like 10 5-minute candles straight up. But I don't know, were you listening to me earlier? No, okay, too bad. Just when it got to 714 on volume, yeah, it's a high of the day, but it's not like you're chasing momentum so much, in my opinion. Chasing momentum to me means, you see some stocks that is up 5 or 6 5-minute candles straight up. This was not, in my opinion. All it was is like a high of the day break. I'm not fixated on it, Marius. I'm talking to Poe, who was saying he's sort of gun shy about taking stocks that are momentum. We were talking about it yesterday, so I just wanted to see if he had taken it, but I guess not. And do they all work like this? Of course not. But usually you get the momentum like that. I mean, look at these bars. Look at these volume bars. I mean, they're bigger than the opening 2 15 minutes. PFE being sued for data manipulation. Pfizer being sued for data manipulation. Okay. Let's see if that has. What an ugly, ugly chart. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails, chopping all around all day long. Wow. I don't see they're being sued, but I mean, I'm not saying they're not being sued. I see that all right, guys. How did BKD do? Yeah, so why wouldn't I take BKD? Well, look left. So just because, again, like any other scan that I've got, even though I do like the fact that it showed up in both the option activity and the 10-day daily breakout, but it doesn't matter. It still has to make sense to take the trade. And when you look at it looking left, there's to me anyway, there is some resistance. Metc making a comeback. I actually took this off my scans or off my thumbnail chart. So let's just take a look at Metc. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice bounce from 16. I mean, it very choppy at the beginning of the day. I find this just a very difficult intraday trader. You're either going to have to kind of go along with the story or not, really. To believe the story, and so you take a little and have a stop, of course. And I find it just a very difficult intraday trader. This wouldn't have been bad though. I mean, this was fairly well. This was really nice all the way up. No big pullbacks. All right, so William will keep the room open until 3:30. So I'll probably well, not probably, I'll definitely be taking off at noon. That's something I have to do. So I'll definitely be taking off at noon. Um, that's my time. Sorry, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern time. And so William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30. So I have another little over an hour. I think you meant PFE, right, Cassidy? Not RR. Yes, barely a 10-cent range move for the day. Ori, any fundamental news for RR? Because I mean, RR's had a bit of a wild ride. Low of 450, high of 6. So you must have meant PFE. I don't know. I was looking for it myself. Yeah, where are you seeing that, Ori? PFE being sued for data manipulation. You mean it might get rexed? HG? It's an earnings play, Michael. I don't know if it looks good, but I mean, it's an earnings play. It through the 200-day moving average right now, to me, doesn't have a ton of room to keep moving, but looking at the weekly chart, I mean, the next high, I mean, it's not bad. Next high is 960. If it can break through all that, yeah, 1155 over in this area. To watch it next week, maybe. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I mean, I'm basically done. I mean, unless something really extraordinary happens. I mean, I still have some of the OPTX, but maybe with the RR later on, but I'm basically done. I mean, maybe if I get a new one, in here, but I'm basically done. So, great time to ask questions if you have anything you'd like me to go over in the software if I can help. Oh boy. It would be stunning if this got up here. I'm going to stick an alert up. Why not? Just stick an alert right up there. The high, the pre-market high. Let me go to my roulette wheel and give it a spin. Guys, this could do it. This could do it. It could take out the high in the pre-market. Why has Med-C been selling off? Well, like anything else, Michael, it's a rumor. Well, I shouldn't say a rumor, but I mean, okay, they may have $38 billion worth of rare earth minerals, but it's a long shot still. How are they going to get it out? I know they say it's relatively easy, but it's going to take a pile of money to do it. When is it going to happen? If it ever happens. So I mean, there's still a ton of uncertainty about all this. So yeah, it's a great story, caused the pop, but reality sets in. Now what? Guys, it's going to do it. It's going to do it. I feel it. There, it just did it. Wow. Oh, if I only had all the shares I had. And again, why is this happening? No news, no nothing, right? And in my opinion, the reason it's happening is because of SGD. And when traders saw what happened with SGD yesterday, they're looking around for one that could be similar today. Now, nothing is going well, I shouldn't not ever, but I mean this was crazy, being up 1,000%. It's up 100% right now and it seemed blah. Yesterday was up 1,000%. So traders are looking for one. Those who missed out on SGG yesterday, they're looking for the next one. And OPTX was chosen. I might even take a real stake as opposed to a stake through the heart, Todd. But yes. Well, okay. I didn't even look at OPTX past the pre-market high, but let's take a look at it. Well, okay. So I mean, this looks like an IPO, but it isn't. So I don't know where the next high is looking left when it wasn't OPTX. Casa Cam, you guys usually are on top of this sort of stuff. What was it before? And where would well, we won't have a chart on it. It was OLIT? I don't remember that one at all. OLIT. Hmm. See if we can find a chart on it, an old chart on OLIT. Ah, okay, so this was it. Okay, this is why. Okay, thank you. Thank you, because then the next high actually The next high looking left would be 11. What did we get it up to? Okay, so it hit 1043. So the next high, because this was actually OLIT before it became OPTX. Okay, it was a SPAC that turned into this one, into OPTX, and then so the next high legitimately then is 1188. Okay, I do not have an IPO race. No, Marty, I don't use the races anymore. So that's why you see when I kept looking at the OPTX. So there is the actual high. Okay, there's the actual high around 1953. And that's why when you look at OPTX and it was saying position to lifetime range, down here at 37%. And that's why, because it's referring to the high when it wasn't OPTX. So it's been trading as OPTX for, yeah, a few days now. It did nothing. How do you link a multi-strategy window? So if you're asking, when you get an alert, will it automatically load into a chart automatically? No, it won't do it. Okay, you have to click on the alert. Okay, you have to click on the alert. Think about it though. I mean, depending on how many, especially if you had a very active scanner, you get one alert. If we were able to do it automatically, it would, and then all of a sudden you get another one, it would change, another one, it would change, another one, it would change. So, I mean, that's sort of what the start, what the surfing is a little bit, except it cannot surf through multi-strategy windows or anything else. It has to be a topless window. They did have a okay, I didn't see that. Let me take a look. Well, you know what? I should have checked our news. I should have checked our news. Somebody saying OPTX actually had some news. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. They had news yesterday. Didn't really react. Or what time was it at? Yeah, didn't really do much though. I was looking to see if they had any news today. So AJ in our YouTube room points out that this OPTX had news yesterday. Really did nothing on that news. Or maybe it was just delayed reaction. Yeah, that's question has been asked, put a note on the scan. That's why I try to name it so that I like what note would you want? Just give me an example. What note would you want? Suggested use of the scan. Well, if you create the scan, if you're the one creating the scan, then I mean you're creating it for a reason, right? So, I mean, that's why I put this is why I mean, so I know this abnormal option activity. I know what sort of a trader I am. I'm just looking for stocks trading abnormally. Um, oh, I see. Well, but even if you take mine, I mean, that's why I try to name them so they make sense. Is it really shot near the high of the day? Okay. I doubt. Why don't you be a real good guy and share it with the room, Denver? Put the pressure on you. If you don't want to, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There you go, guys. So there is Denver sharing a scan, 15-minute opening range break scan. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute before you do it. Okay, guys, you got 18 windows in there. So this is not one scan, right? So guys, before you click on that link, this is yeah, there's 18 windows in there. So don't click on it, please. Yeah, thank you. Let me get rid of this, okay? Just so that people don't funny man, Chris. Funny, Chris, I didn't even realize that when you clicked on something like that, that it would tell you how many windows. I never even looked at that. I mean, I know now, but maybe a couple of years ago, because I was just blissfully unaware that I might be loading something with a bunch of windows. So this is what I'm talking about. So now when I load it, you can see the window count is one. Therefore, I know the other link had 18 windows in it. So it's some kind of a layout. All right. Let us 15-minute range break out and break down. So he's using the opening range, the opening 15-minute range in both directions. Well, let's take a look at what it looks like. So there's the 15-minute range breakout on the breaking out to the upside, breaking down to the downside. So he's got really no range, no price range. That's fine. I mean, 75 cent minimum. Current volume's at least two. Okay, so trading twice as much as normal. So there's the volume pop. And up or down. Oh, that's why you asked me yesterday. That's why you asked me yesterday. Can you combine up or down in one scan? You asked me that yesterday, didn't you? All right. Well, hey, listen, why not? So you can see here, DXLG, there is your opening 15-minute candle, and you can see the high up here. So you would not get an alert until it, took out that high, which is what, 446. So that's why you get an alert at 447 as an example. Okay. Actually doesn't look bad because of how much room there is. So in keeping with Denver. No, I mean, I'm just giving it the name. I'm putting Denver behind it, but at the end here, so I know it was from you. Okay, Frank, that was the original. You probably clicked on the first link he put in, right? If you click on this link, I deleted the other. Well, I deleted the other link, but well, it should work. I mean, it worked for me. I click on it, shows up right there, new tab, highlight it, copy it, Control C. Now it's copied. File, load from cloud, ends in 6305, ends in 6305, load it. So it should work. What was the natural gas report this morning? I thought they came out on Thursdays, but I don't know, Michael. Anybody know what the natural gas report was? I thought they came. I thought they were Wednesday and Thursday or something. But anybody know what the natural gas report was? If there was one today, UNG. I don't know, Michael. Somebody might know in the room. The rig count was high. Okay. I thought so. I thought Pepe. I thought the reports were on Thursday, not today. So you have to check yesterday, Michael. I have no idea. Isn't it crudes on Wednesdays and natural gas on Thursdays? Isn't that how it works? Okay, thank you, William. So yesterday, yeah. All right, guys, 212. So what I'll do right now as I wind my session down. So for those of you taking the test drive, I did not realize it, that you have one more day on Monday, one more market day on Monday until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Might be something then in your system, Frank. Okay. It's something slowing down your system. I mean, again, if I right click or just click on the link, here it is. Control copy, file, load from cloud. Ah, did that wrong. Just give me a moment. Oh, that's why I clicked on my home page. Now I got to find it. Here we go. Okay, so there it is. I clicked on the link. Here it is. Highlight it, control copy, file, load from cloud. There it is. And so when you say you click on load and it says, or what's happening, is it not showing up? Or when you click on load, it's just giving you a like it's taking forever. Is that what's happening? You might have to do a reset of your system then, or if that's what's happening. So when you click file load, it just sort of seems like it's stalling or spinning. Okay, good. Good. And now we have Wiggle Boss. All right, Jamie, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. So Wiggle Boss has got a scan that he is sharing for momentum trade. So he's just put his link in right here. Wow, OPTX over 10 again. Okay, where was I? I was going to talk about my homepage. Okay, there's my homepage link again. So if you want to take out a scan, if you want to take out a subscription right now, this is the promo code you can use. And this promo for 25% off will be good almost at the end of, well, no, so next Friday, probably next Sunday. Okay. Not this coming Sunday, but so next Thursday, Friday, American Thanksgiving, US Thanksgiving. And then after that, probably at least till Sunday night, that code will be alive for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Trading 101. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, a series of videos you can take a look at. And as always, if at some point in time you are going to take out a subscription today, next week, next month, next year, just use my promo code, please. It'll help the room. You can either save my link or come into the room and see whatever promo code is available. Okay, because it would really help the room and keep this room free. Trade of the week, which turned out to be a pretty successful one, on a percentage basis. Fubo was the trade of the week. FUBO. Trigger was 260 on Monday. And so it got on Tuesday, it got up to, sorry, Wednesday, it got up to 318, pull back, right back up again. So this has been definitely a successful trade of the week on a percentage basis. And then my scans are all here. Ah, he added the bouncers toppers. Okay. Thank you, Rudy. You can't hear me, but so there are the bouncers toppers. So I don't have to hand that link out anymore. So again, these are the scans that I use. Don't use them all at once. Okay. I don't use them all at once. Pre-market actors up and down I use in the pre-market. That's why they're named that. This is going to show me the gappers in the pre-market. up or down. Pulse resumes over here, and then they don't repeat versions that don't repeat. Look at this, not one in the daily breakdown. Little odd. Not that the market's been, ripping higher, so you would think we get one in a 10-day daily breakdown today, but not one. And then the momentum scan, and my Momo scan is right here, and my abnormal option activity is here. So I've got all these scans that you can take a look at, daily reversals, one of the basic new highs and lows, a very basic scan. I don't have it up and running. I don't have the doc momentum up and running. I don't have the gap continuation or reverse up and running. I don't have the upside movers versus down. But you know what? Something might happen a week from now, a month from now. Maybe one of these scans, I'm not liking it anymore for whatever reason. Maybe I don't like the alerts I'm getting, and I may load one of these. And that's how it works. I never get rid of a scan, and I always save it into the cloud, because you never know when, if you bring it back, and that's what I do. Sometimes I just bring one back, test it for a day, and then I say, wow, this gave me some pretty good alerts. Maybe I should resurrect it. So Hail Mary Hedge, all you have to do is click on my homepage link, and I think I put, yeah, just click on my homepage link. Ask where do you get the trade of the week, and just click on my homepage link and scroll. You'll be at the top here. Scroll down to where you see trade of the week and just sign up for it. It's free. Now, if you sign up for it, anybody listening to me, and you're signing up for it, and Monday rolls along and you don't get it, check your spam folder, please. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could have gone in there, but you'll get it usually about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. If you come into the room though Monday morning, I certainly talk about it. Let everybody know what the trade of the week is. Okay, hey, no problem, Marty. I can give them to you. So there is one link, and the gentleman said that he likes these for momentum plays. Okay, I'm just posting these into our YouTube room, and then the other one was the oops. ah, The other one was the opening 15-minute range break out, either up or down. Okay, so there are the two links. What's having a little bit of a comeback is Duolingo. I do have this one still. Thought about taking it today, but I didn't think it'd be dynamic enough, and I'm probably right. And it's moved a little bit, but not on a percentage basis that much. But you know what? It is definitely coming back after the big down day a couple of days ago, and it looked a little scary here underneath 200, but it is rebounded $13 from yesterday's low. Hey, no problem, Marty. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. This, you know what, guys? I'll be watching this one next week. Duolingo, Duol. No, I just wasn't talking. I just wasn't talking, Marty. I should have put the announcement that I was on mute. But you keep, watch this Duolingo. I mean, this has a shot to get back up to these levels at earnings here. Nice 3-day run after earnings. A sell off yesterday, a mini sell off yesterday before it rebounded, and now it looks like it wants to come back up again. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the OPTX. I don't have the faith it's going to take out that 10 in any big way again. So all out of it. Yeah, no kidding. Big spike here for CTOS. Not a low float. No news that I can see. Had some news yesterday. This was after hours, but no big reaction to participate in the Bank of America Securities 2023 Leveraged Finance Conference on Tuesday, November 28th. So maybe I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. A lot of volume just came in. 1.1 million total today. 890 of it is right here. Pumped on CNBC. Okay. Yes, it is shortable for me too. 886,000 shares. The next high looking left, 616. But I'm probably not going to do anything. I'm um, I'm not going to spend any more money. NFE? Really? NFE? You mean the NFE, New Fortress. Fortress. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, so I was just joke around. We should have one person, a designated CNBC listener, and if a CEO is coming on, in the next couple of minutes, let us know because a lot of times, they're usually when they come on, they're not going to say, our company is terrible. Nobody should buy our stock. What do I think of IBRX? This is from Marty in our YouTube room. Our IBRX, ton of room. Yeah, $7. I mean, next high looking left. Interesting. Red bar ignored on the weekly chart. Took out the high here today. Any news on this one? Not a low float. Don't all have to be low floats, of course, but it's not a low float. So, I mean, not much more I can add. I mean, obviously, if it gets going next week, it's got all sorts of room. I do remember this one. I mean, I remember this big down week and then falling down to $1. November 8th was earnings. So what happened then? November 8th. So there's the earnings date. So obviously market didn't like it. So with these little bios, I don't think anybody expects them to be making money. But anyway, that was its earnings day. Since then, though, it's had a nice little run. Okay. You figured it out, Benji. Good. Question was how to make price alerts make a noise, a sound. Okay, guys, are regional banks considered small cap? I don't know what the definition of small cap is. Some would say, anything less than 500 million. Some might say 100 million. I don't know, what the official definition of a small cap is. So, I mean, it's just a matter of give me an example of one, Marty. It's just a matter of multiplying the share price by how many shares outstanding. You'll get your market cap. So I don't think you can just lump them all in. Like, are all regional banks considered small cap? I mean, you could put a market cap column. If you have a way of looking at them, you could just add the market cap column. But what do you consider a small cap? Something under 500 million, under a billion, 100 million. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hmm. Hail Mary in our YouTube room. So I know IBM said they're stopping to advertise on Twitter. I'll never call it X. And Apple now too. Well, if it were a publicly traded company, it'd be fun to watch. Huh. PJ, I don't know if you're still in the room, but yeah, look at save, another new high. Now pull back, pretty big pullback actually. 1267 down to 1198, but now moving higher again. Wow, that's a great move though. I mean, you're right. When I say you, you may not be in the room anymore, but yeah, just a little pause there, a little pause there. And then until you got that red bar, there was really no reason to get out of the trade or take some off, I should say. Fisker FSR showing up here. FSR all-time low, all-time low now for Fisker FSR. That seems like a pretty big range. So Jim C in our room, Marty is saying that Finviz calls small cap 300 million to 2 billion. And Shady's saying like PNC, which I guess is considered a regional bank, at Pinnacle, PNC Financial Services. So I guess they're considered a regional bank. And that's at 50. So I mean, they're not all just everything at KRE. So it's a regional bank, but this is not a small cap. 52 billion market cap. Anyway, guys, 243. So I'm just winding this down. Are there any other questions? William, we'll keep the main room open until 3:30. I'll put in fact, what I'll do now, I will put the link to get into the main room in our YouTube room. So you can head over and listen. Not listen. Nobody, no, I'm not on the mic anymore. Nobody's on the mic. Here it is, Stuart. I'm just going to put it in. But there'll still be traders there talking about stocks. So Nobody's on the mic, and you want and no screen sharing, but you can still converse amongst yourselves if you want. And I say, William, we'll keep the room open until 3:30. Guys, it's sort of the end. I mean, earning season is just so fabulous, but we're at right at the end now. Few earnings plays next week. Not that there are none going forward, but look at my list. Look at my list today. Remember 3 days ago, I couldn't even see all the earnings plays when I expanded the list. Constantly. My input constantly every day. I appreciate that, Blaine. Yeah, I just have to remember to stand up and stretch and take some water. So this is a late bloomer here, this ITRM. I mean, look at the move this has made. I mean, 3 day move. Look at this move from 78 cents to 169. I mean, some of these moves are just incredible and not a ton of volume. I believe, like this is in Dublin, but I believe that a lot of these stocks that you see that are headquartered in Dublin, and you look at the date. I mean, I'm not saying this is not truly an Irish company, but there are a lot of those companies right around that time that went to Dublin for tax purposes, U.S. companies, and then I think your government put a stop to that. The link to my page, Stubby, right here. Yeah, so you can load them. Oops, here they are. Just scroll down to the mid to the excuse me, scroll down a little bit. Then the midsection right here, my scans. Here they are. You can take a look at them, and of course, you can tweak them. You don't like a price range or something you don't like. You can either take out the filter, add a filter that you do like. Just give me a moment, please. Well, what does next week bring in terms of these crazy low floaters? There will be some, guaranteed. There'll be some. It's a matter of hopefully being able. Well, we'll be able to find them. The software will always be able to find them. It's just a matter of getting in at the right time, getting out at the right time. See where this one's going to open. So this got halted at 246 plus 9 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in 51 in about 9 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, let's see if it is. And to see how close to that price it comes. If it's a 5-minute halt, there we go. Just opened. Not terrible. Got halted at 461. It's not like it plunged down. So no, you get first month also. First month, okay? First month or the entire year for the 25%. Okay. Eyes. 25% for the first month only or the entire year? Just like it says, off your first month or year of trade ideas, okay? And again, my recommendation is always you can always take out a yearly subscription later if you want. I can always get you 25%. Okay, but so don't start off with a year. I should show people how much trade ideas costs. So here's the monthly, okay? So if you took out a standard, 118 less the 25%, the premium would be 228 less the 25%. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, either standard or premium, that is what you'd pay after the first month. But at any time now on an annual, so standard is $1,000 less the 25%. Premium is $2,000 less the 25%. But you could always go monthly, the first month, second month, understand that that's what you'd pay going forward. But at any time, even 3 months down the road, you might go, I wouldn't mind taking on an annual. And of course, the reason to take out an annual is you'll save. If you've got the money hanging around doing nothing, okay, you may as well do that because your per month cost will be a lot less. And obviously 118 or 228. That's the reason to take out an annual. But you know what? A lot of our customers are just go month to month forever. And that's fine. Just what I said, guys. Okay, just what I said. So if you take out a monthly at 25%, and then you switch to an annual, we'll get you the 25%. Okay. Oh, that's something you'll have to. I don't get too involved in the accounting once you're in a subscription. Okay, you'd have to ask accounting. I think so though. To freeze the subscription for a reasonable length of time. Sure, I think so, but don't. You just have to. Basically, we're pretty good in that regard. You just have to contact them give them your email address. They'll take a look at your subscription, and we're usually pretty good. Well, it's the support, okay? Support at trade-ideas.com, okay? There's not like a specific accounting, but if you're not going to do it right now, so you can just come into the room. I can give you the email address, support at trade-ideas.com, and you would just contact them and say, hey, this is me. This is my email address. This is what I use to sign up. Can you freeze my account for a day, for a month or two, or whatever that number is? They'll let you know, okay? There's no hard and fast rule in my that I know of, but I'm sure we're pretty flexible. Okay, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I'm going to wrap this up now. For me, this room will be open until 3:30, the main room. I put the main trading room link into YouTube, so if you do want to head over and spend another half an hour or so in the room, you can do that. Thank you, Nib. Yes, I will have a great weekend. So same for everybody else. I'll have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning, 9 o'clock. I'll open the rooms. I'll be on the mic, I should say. I'll be on the mic 9 to 3, Monday to Friday next week. Well, not next. No, wait a minute. Thursday's a holiday. Okay, Thursday is a holiday, market holiday, and half a day on Friday. So I will put myself on mute now. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you next week. And YouTubers, I will not get rid of you. I'll shut that room down now too.